A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Everyone who was present backstage at the Hamilton Theater just off Broadway on the night that Oliver Wilson's lifeless body was found hanging from the wings is now fighting against the strain of wondering who will be arrested for the crime. In the library of his luxurious estate on Long Island, Rupert Barlow, financial backer of the play, is having a late tea with Julia Dixon, his secretary, and for many years housekeeper of this tremendous home. As Julia sits quietly staring into the fire, Rupert says,
"You're letting your tea get cold, Julia."
Oh, so I am. I'd forgotten all about it, Rupert.
You'd better start paying closer attention to things around you, my dear. It's time for you to snap out of this state of listlessness and get back to your old self.
That's the very last thing I want to do.
Oh, now, how can you say that?
Because it's quite true. I've had time to think it over very carefully, Rupert. And I know now that I've been a complete fool for years. I don't intend to go back to that state again.
Now, Julia, you're tired out and nervous. You've had a bitter shock. But you mustn't let it affect you so deeply.
You think I should be able to laugh off this whole mess about Oliver Wilson? All during the play and before we joined the others backstage, Oliver was trying to persuade me to run away with him. And all the time he was married to Claudia.
Oh, the fellow was a thorough scoundrel. I tried to point that out from the first day you brought him here, but you wouldn't listen.
No, I wouldn't listen, Rupert. I was taken in by the man because I wanted to be taken in. I wanted to believe that such a young and handsome man would find me attractive. I know it seems incredible now, but I believed him.
It isn't incredible in the least. You know very well that you're one of the most attractive women I know, Julia.
So attractive that you've managed to put me off for 10 years.
No, Julia.
I know what you're going to say. And I won't press the matter. I'm awake now, and I know that you never intended to marry me. You just wanted me to stay on and be your faithful slave indefinitely while you go charging about having one romance after another.
I hardly think this is the time to be accusing me of having flagrant outside interests. It was you who brought that absurd young man right here into this house. You insisted that he must remain and be treated as a guest, even though I saw through him from the very start.
I don't believe that, Rupert. You only saw him as a possible threat to your comfortable way of life. You didn't want me to run off and marry Oliver because it would inconvenience you here at home.
That's not true. I didn't want to see you throw yourself away on such an obviously worthless upstart.
I wasn't the only one who was taken in by him. Please remember that.
Well, if you mean Claudia Vincent, how can you compare yourself with her? When you know so well that she's lived for years in the hope of marrying someone with money. When you know that she tried every trick to pry money from me.
Nevertheless, Claudia Vincent is a shrewd judge of people. She has to be, or she'd never got along so well until now.
Well, I'd hardly say she was doing so well, Julia.
She persuaded Larry Noble to give her a leading part in his play.
Oh, what do you mean, his play? It's my money that made the play possible. It's Harold Ramsey who's responsible for the production. Larry Noble's only the star, yet everyone talks about it as Larry Noble's play.
You're getting away from the subject, Rupert. I said that Claudia was clever enough to get Larry Noble to do whatever she asked. He was obviously enchanted by her. Everybody knew that.
It's a pity you had to bring that wretched Oliver Wilson into the picture, Julia. Claudia Vincent would never have let up on Larry if she hadn't been lured by the false promise of Oliver Wilson's money.
You'd have liked it if Larry Noble had gone on showing an interest in Claudia Vincent, wouldn't you, Rupert? Then perhaps Mary Noble would have turned to you for sympathy.
Don't be ridiculous, Julia.
I know you so well. It's all happened so many times before.
If you're referring to murder, I'd like to remind you that I've never before been involved in anything of the sort. You brought that questionable distinction into my life.
I know it. You don't have to remind me. And you won't have to be encumbered by my troublesome behavior much longer.
Well, now, why do you say that?
As soon as it's possible, Rupert, I shall leave this place. Once and for all.
But don't say things like that, Julia. You know you can't mean it.
I do mean it, Rupert. Every word.
Oh, now, look here, Julia. Try to be reasonable. I'm doing everything I can to help you.
It's too late for that, Rupert. There's no way anyone can help me now.
You've got to be careful not to say things like that to anyone else. You'll have the police suspecting you.
Well, don't you think they do already?
I don't think so.
They're just waiting to arrest me. I'm expecting them any time.
Well, if you're careful, you won't be arrested if you keep your wits about you.
And who do you think will be arrested, Claudia?
It's possible. But I have a strong feeling that they'll arrest Larry Noble. I think he's being watched very carefully.
Larry Noble? But I don't see... Why Larry Noble?
There are a great many facts of which you may not be aware, Julia, so try to watch what you say very carefully. Now, if you'll be good enough to pour me a cup of tea.
And meantime, in nearby Rosehaven, Long Island, Larry Noble's about to leave his house to drive to New York. And we hear him say...
Well, I'll be going now, Mary. The police guard and I will leave you to your own resources.
Well, are you sure you feel well enough to go to New York, darling?
Oh, yes, I'm perfectly well.
Oh, you seem so tired, so terribly jumpy. I hate to think of you going right on day after day, acting in the play as if nothing had happened.
I'm expecting the play to close at any time. So's Harold Ramsey. I'm surprised it's kept going this long after the murder.
I think I'd almost rather have them close it down entirely. At least then you'd have that worry off your mind.
That would be very small comfort, my pet. As long as the play goes on and I'm allowed to play the lead, I'm at least free to come and go, even though I have to do it with a police escort.
I know, Larry, but the strain is awful for you. I wish they'd arrest the guilty person and have it done with. And we could all rest more comfortably.
Could we? I wonder. Personally, I hope they go right on like this. Every day is just that much more to be thankful for.
Well, of course, Larry, I hate to think of someone we know being charged with murder, but at the same time, the police are bound to figure out the evidence and then bring in the guilty person for trial.
Your confidence in their judgment is very comforting, Mary, I should imagine. I just don't happen to share it. I'm not at all convinced they will arrest the person who actually killed Oliver Wilson.
Well, even though there do seem to be a great many suspects, at least you and I are above suspicion, Larry.
Oh, are we? In that case, will you please try to make the police go along with you in your belief? I really have to go now, Mary.
But, darling...
If all goes well, I'll be back after the play. If not, I'll call you, providing I'm permitted to get to a phone. Anyhow, you have Tom Bryson and Maud Marlowe here for company, so don't worry. So long, honey.
Mary stands looking through the glass at Larry as he walks to the garage. And she fights down a fear that is greater than any she can remember. Meantime, in New York, Harold Ramsey, producer of the play that stars Larry Noble, is talking to Sergeant Riley at headquarters. And we hear...
I want some idea of what's going on down here, Sergeant Riley. When are you going to come out and arrest the person who murdered Oliver Wilson?
Just as soon as we've sifted all the evidence and can be entirely sure, Mr. Ramsey.
Well, hang it all, it's disrupting my play. This kind of nerve strain's impossible for my cast.
I don't see why it's so tough on anybody who didn't kill the man. And I wouldn't go out of my way to make it too comfortable for the person that's guilty.
I'm not asking you to do anything of the sort, Sergeant. Just give me some idea of what your thinking is. Who appears to fit the facts? Is it someone in my play? Is it a member of the cast?
Mr. Ramsey, maybe you've got some ideas on the subject. We're not opposed to listening to anyone with ideas, even if they don't work out. You know, in police work, you find that you track down a lot of clues that just lead you nowhere. Yeah. There's a lot more drudgery in police work than most folks ever dream of.
I'm not concerned with that, Sergeant Riley. All I want to know is whether my play is likely to continue as it is now, or if you plan to step in and break it up.
I'd tell you if I knew, Mr. Ramsey. Right now, we're working on this case night and day. We're just as anxious to solve it as you are. More so because, well, we've got the papers and the commissioner on our neck. If I could make an arrest right this minute, you wouldn't find me sitting here at this desk.
In other words, you You haven't progressed at all. You're as far away from knowing who killed that young man backstage at my theater as you were the night you found his body.
Oh, no. No, I wouldn't say that, Mr. Ramsey. We're closer to an arrest than that. A whole lot closer. Only I don't know how much you're going to like it when we do show our cards.
Harold Ramsey tries then to get an explanation of these words, but Sergeant Riley refuses to say any more. But be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband, Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Sing My Heart. You know, everybody likes to receive a compliment. It makes you feel mighty happy. And we've just received one which pleased us very much indeed. It's from Mrs. George A. Bradley, Garden City, Iowa, and Mrs. Bradley writes, "After a long time, I am finally using the real and genuine Jell-O. And let me tell you, I was amazed at the difference. At first, I thought that fruity goodness was the fruit I myself had added. But when I served Jell-O without any additional fruit, it still had that grand fruit flavor. Why, I could hardly believe any gelatin dessert could be so good. From now on, I shall always get the real Jell-O." Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Bradley. That's a swell letter. And, folks, it's true. The Jell-O does bring you delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. It's a rich, satisfying, true fruit goodness that makes every Jell-O dessert a success. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All six have that extra fruit flavor that simply can't be topped. So be sure to insist on genuine Jell-O when you buy. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. Sing My Heart, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Tuesday being Valentine's Day and also Jack Benny's birthday, let us welcome our little Cupid with that old familiar greeting. Are you ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny.
Happy birthday to me. Well, hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and folks, believe me, I am deeply touched. Don, wasn't that lovely the way our audience joined in on that greeting? Gosh, it was so spontaneous and sincere. Huh?
Yes, Jack, it certainly was.
I thought they were better when they rehearsed it. Phil, I'm talking to Don. Well, Don, another year, another birthday. See, here it is February again. You know, it's amazing how many prominent people were born in the month of February. And it made it pretty tough for me, too. Huh?
Why? What do you mean?
Well, with Washington and Longfellow and Lincoln, it's so hard for me to be outstanding. Really, it's been a terrific struggle.
I can imagine.
Of course, Don, I don't want you to think for a minute that I'm comparing myself to Lincoln or Washington.
Why not? Washington wore a wig, too.
Well, I'm talking to Don. You know, Don, I will say that my father really thought I was going to grow up to be president. Huh?
Well, all fathers have great plans for their children. Why, my dad thought I was going to be a jockey.
A jockey? Well, he must have looked at you through the wrong end of a pair of binoculars. A jockey end.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't jump at conclusions. At the age of 17, I was nothing but skin and bones.
Well, those bones are certainly buried now. But you know, Don, getting back to my birthday, gee, the years come along so fast, I can hardly keep track of them.
Oh, they certainly do. Oh, by the way, Jack, how old will you be next Tuesday?
What was that, Don?
You heard him.
Phil, I'm talking to Don.
Well, I'm lonesome.
Oh, Well, why don't you join a lodge or something? What were you saying, Don?
I said, how old will he be next Tuesday?
Well, come on, Don. What would you say? Go ahead, give a guess. Huh?
Well, I don't know, Jack. I'd say somewhere between 34 and 37.
You would? Well, you didn't quite hit it, Don, but it was almost a bullseye. There's bull in there somewhere. Oh, brother. Listen, Phil, you're hardly in a position to make any cracks about my age. Those bags under your eyes are so big, your nose looks like a red cap. It does, eh? Yes, and get this. On my 75th birthday, I'll be able to go out on an all-night party, eat a Welsh rarebit with pickles, and on the way home get run over by a milk wagon, and still look better than you do right now. So don't make any cracks about my age.
Jack's right, Phil. He can't be very old and have such nice rosy cheeks all the time.
It could be rouge, you know. Rouge, Phil, I haven't had rouge on my cheeks since I played an Indian chief for Cecil B. DeMille. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Rain in the Face. Happy birthday.
Ugh and thanks.
Say, Jack, I didn't know whether I'd see you Tuesday or not, so here, I brought you a birthday present.
Oh, that's swell, Mary, but really, you shouldn't have bought me anything for me.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, it makes Phil and Don look so awfully cheap. You know, huh?
Well, Jack, I was going to get you something, but after all, you have everything.
Oh, I can excuse you, Don, but Phil saw me in the locker room at the country club yesterday, and he knows darn well I need underwear.
Was that your underwear? I cleaned my golf clubs with it.
Oh, you did, eh?
Hey, are you going to open my present or not?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. You bet I'm going to, and right now. Imagine cleaning his clubs with my... Well, I'll be darned. Look, fellas, a silk necktie. Gee, thanks, Mary.
Do you like it?
I'll say, what a lovely color. Well, what's that little thing crawling around the bottom?
A silkworm. The tie isn't finished yet.
Oh, well, he's going like 60, so it won't be long now, huh? Thanks again, Mary.
And that isn't all. I also wrote a special birthday poem for you.
A poem, too. Well, hit me on the head and clip my tongue. A birthday poem.
Yeah. Say, Jack, how old are you anyway?
Well, how old do you think I am?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Well, go ahead and guess.
Okay. 30?
No.
31?
No.
32?
No.
48?
Shut up! Be a long time, Mary, before I'm 48. Now, let's hear your poem. Well, what's the title of it?
Mary Livingston's Ode to Jack Benny by Mary Livingston.
Oh, you mentioned me, too, didn't you? Well, go ahead, Mary.
Okay. Oh, Jack Benny, oh, Jack Benny, you've had birthdays, but how many? Is it 21 or more? Or twice that much? And more and more? Years ago in old Waukegan, in the state of Illinois, a child was born into the Bennies, and it wasn't Myrna Loy.
Well, of course not, Myrna Loy.
'Twas a boy, they called him Jackie, and even then he looked quite wacky.
Wacky?
And the good old stork who brought him there shot himself with a revolver.
Now, Mary, that wasn't his attitude at all.
Quiet.
No.
I see you, Jack, at the age of 2, with golden curls and eyes of blue.
That's right.
And then I see you 3 years old, with silver threads among the gold.
Mary, how could I have gray hair at the age of 3?
You didn't live right and you know it.
All right, now grow me up and finish this.
Okay. At 12, you said you'd run away unless the fiddle you could play. And when you got one, what do you think? Were you good or did you think?
Pink?
Yeah, baby talk.
Oh. Well, Mary, this next verse better be the last.
It is.
Oh.
Oh, Jack Benny, oh, Jack Benny, you've had birthdays, but how many? So happy returns and all good wishes. From us and Jell-O, so delicious. The end.
Mary, that poem was so good I'm afraid to follow it with anything verbal. So, Phil, how about an orchestra number?
Wait a minute, Jack. I can't find my baton.
Your baton, can't you lead without it?
It's not that. I got something in my tooth.
Well, go ahead. I'll look around for it. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'd like to take this opportunity of wishing you a happy birthday. And may life grow sweeter as the years roll by.
Well, thank you very much. Now tell me, who are you?
Just a Bunyan in the march of time. Goodbye.
You know, folks, I'll bet he has more fun than anybody. Play, Phil. Number called I Better Get Some Shut-Eye, played by Phil Harris, who certainly looks it. You know, folks, Phil never gets to bed. He's what I call one sleepy people. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Wait a minute, Jack. I resent that vitriotically.
Vitriolically? Well, some stuff. Why, Phil, you're not only using the word wrong, but you don't even know what it means.
I do, too. I got it from my guitar player, didn't I, Frankie?
Yeah, I learned you a lot of things.
That's what I thought. Phil, there isn't one man in your orchestra that can handle a word of over 2 syllables.
Is that so? Well, for your information, all the boys in my band went through college.
Well, they didn't get any on them. Vitriolically. Well, I don't even know what it means.
Well, Jack, it's an unusual word, but I think I can explain it to you.
You can, Don?
Why, yes. For instance, you could never use the word this way. A man walked into a grocery store and vitriolically asked the grocer for a package of Jell-O and any one of its 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Oh, you couldn't? Well, how could you use the word vitriolically?
That I wouldn't know.
I see, and very clever, Don. Well, so much for our English lesson. And now going from the sublime to Kenny Baker. Hey, Kenny, you're a little late, huh?
I couldn't help it, Jack. I stopped in the store to buy you a birthday present. Here you are, a nice box of candy.
Oh, well, thanks. Well, gee, I'm going to sample one of these right now. Huh? It was sweet of you to remember me, Kenny, but, gee, you didn't have to buy me anything.
That's what you said last year, and you twisted my wrist.
Oh, Kenny, I was only clowning, you know. Say, gosh, look at this. Say, these are the biggest pieces of candy I've ever seen. What are they, anyway?
Chocolate-covered bananas.
Chocolate-covered bananas? Well, that's something new. Here, have one, Don.
Well, thanks, Jack, but I'm cutting down on sweets.
Oh, how about you, Phil?
No, thanks. I'm not a bit hungry.
Mary?
No, thanks. I'm not a bit crazy.
Well, Kenny, looks like you and I'll have to eat the whole box.
I'm game.
So am I.
That's a suicide pact if I ever heard one.
That's right. Let's forget the whole thing. Well, Kenny, how about a song? Huh?
Okay, I've got one for you. Oh, say, Jack.
Yes?
Did you hear Fred Allen, I Tan a You Wednesday night?
No, and I'm not interested. Now go ahead with your song.
Boy, he sure tore into you.
Yeah. He said your feet were so flat your socks bagged at the arches.
Well, Phil, I'm not even going to answer him. After all, the man is in bad shape. You know, he's so weak and anemic, and on top of that, his blood circulation is so poor, it's really pathetic.
Alan has poor blood circulation, huh?
Poor? Don, 10 years ago, a rattlesnake bit him on the ankle, and the poison has yet to reach his knees. And the square fellas, he hasn't got any more pulse than a snowman. The whole thing is really pitiful. Go ahead with your song, Kenny.
Okay.
Say, Jack, whatever became of that rattlesnake that bit Fred Allen?
It was knighted, Mary. And now, Kenny, you may sing. Now, hold it a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bennett. This is Rochester.
Yes, what do you want?
I got something to ask you, but first I want to wish you a happy birthday.
Thanks, Rochester, but my birthday isn't until Tuesday.
I know, but that's my payday, and we always argue.
All right, now, what was it you wanted to ask me?
Say, boss, do we know any Eskimos?
Eskimos? Of course we don't know any Eskimos.
Okay, so long.
So long. Hey, Rochester, wait a minute. What made you ask me if we know any Eskimos?
Well, boss, a big box just came for you and said happy birthday on it.
Yes?
And when I opened it, there was a polar bear inside.
A polar bear? Oh, it can't be a real bear. It must be a rug.
That's what I thought till it slapped me down.
You mean you let that bear loose in my house? Where is he now?
He's in the bathroom taking a cold shower.
In my bathroom, Rochester, you go right in there and get him out.
Boss, I wouldn't go in there well armed, tired of living, and directly behind Frank Buck.
Oh, this sounds fantastic to me. Rochester, I'll bet this whole thing is nothing but a figment of your imagination. What's that?
The figment wants a towel.
Oh, my goodness.
What am I going to do with this bear anyway?
Put him back in the crate and have the cook look up some recipes. I bet Fred Allen had something to do with this. Well, Rochester, keep your eye on him. I'll be home in about half an hour.
Okay, boss. I got to run along now. There's something breathing on my neck.
What?
Wait till I look around. Yep, that's it. So long, boy.
Can you imagine that?
What's the matter, Jack?
Plenty's the matter. There's a polar bear loose in my house.
I told you should have put in a furnace.
Yeah, that would be a big help. Sing, Kenny. Say, Mary, I wonder how much it would cost to send an alligator to New York. I don't know.
Thanks for everything, every word, every sigh, every kiss. Thanks for everything, for bringing me moments like this, for taking the skies of gray and making them blue, for taking my cares away. I tip my heart to you. So thanks for everything, every thrilling of tender caress. Thanks to you alone for all that I'll ever possess. You gave me my reason to dream and made every dream come true. And so for everything, my thanks to you. There's nothing in the world I wouldn't do to be worthy of you. For any time that I'll ever woo you, come smiling through. You're my sunny day, you're my only inspiration. Here's all that I can say to show you my appreciation. Oh, thanks for everything, every thrilling of tender caress. Thanks to you alone for all that I'll ever possess. You gave me my reason to dream give my thanks all to you.
That was Thanks for Everything, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, for finesse and feeling and delicacy of tone, you are definitely preeminent among young American tenors.
Gee, ain't I something?
Yes, and I wish I could tell you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of Valentine's Day next Tuesday, tonight the Benny Art and Bingo Players will present a romantic little drama about an old maid entitled Love Finds Annie Hardy, or It's About Time. Now,
Am I going to be Annie?
No, Mary, I hired a genuine old maid for the part. Where are you, Miss Mildew? I mean, Miss Muldew. Where are you?
Right here. Where's my man? Yahoo!
Control yourself, Miss Muldew. Now, in this drama, I will be Annie's paw, Mary will be her maw, and Don, Phil, and Kenny will be rivals for Annie's hand.
Oh, no. Count me out. So long, Jack.
Come back here, all of you. Don't worry, Annie. We'll hook one of them.
I hope I get the fat one. Yahoo!
Why, Don, you're blushing. Anyhow, the locale of our play is the thriving little town of Off-Center, Indiana. As the scene opens, we find Ma and Pa seated in the parlor of the little love nest they built 50 years ago. Curtain. Music. Love, your magic spell is everywhere. Tum, 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 tum. Well, Ma, here it is Valentine's Day, and the air is full of romance.
It is, eh?
Yep.
Well, open the window, let it out.
Oh, come on, Ma. This being Valentine's Day, how about a little kiss?
Get away from me, you old fool.
Okay, I couldn't find your lips and all those wrinkles anyhow. Ow! I was only joking, Ma.
This is no time for jokes. Our daughter Annie is 40 years old and she ain't married yet.
Well, she'd have been married long ago. Wasn't for hay fever.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, the fellows can hear her wheezing a block away and she can't sneak up on them. You sent her down to the beauty parlor to get a mud pack like I told you to?
Yeah, but she had one last year and it was no good.
Why not?
After 3 days, the darn mud wore off.
Oh.
She's the homeliest gal I ever seen.
Well, like mother, like daughter. Ouch, stop hitting me. If I wasn't petrified, I'd be black and blue.
Speaking of Annie, what's the idea of getting her all dressed up today?
Well, I got a scheme, Ma. There's only 3 single fellas left in town, ain't they?
Yep. There's Tubby Wilson, Daffy Baker, and Twitch Harris.
That's right. I invited all 3 of them up here today, and it's our job to get one of them to marry our daughter.
How do you know they'll show up?
I told them you were going to do a fan dance. All fair in love and war. I bet that's one of the boys now. Pull your bustle up, Ma.
That's the footstool.
Oh. Come in.
Howdy, folks.
Well, if it ain't Twitch Harris. Hi, Twitch.
Finer than silk. What's on your mind, Zeke?
Got an important question to ask you. Here, have a glass of cider first. That'll get him, Ma.
Cider? Hey, wait a minute. This stuff ain't intoxicating.
It better be.
Quiet, Ma. Say, Twitch, I don't want to seem personal, but have you ever thought of marrying a girl and settling down?
If you're referring to that lop-eared daughter of yours, no.
Now, hold on, Twitch. Have you seen Annie since she got her new teeth?
Yeah, I went to the preview.
Well, she may not be the prettiest gal in town, but she's smart and stylish. You know, she got her hair up.
Up where?
Upstairs. Keep quiet, Ma. We got to get our daughter married.
Say, Zeke, I thought you were going to raffle Annie off.
I tried to, but I couldn't sell any tickets, so I changed it to a duck.
A duck? That's cheating.
It is not. She walks like one.
Mary, I wish you'd shut up. You're cramping my style.
Gosh, I bet that's Annie now. Let me out of here.
Quick, Harris, get away from that window.
So long, folks.
Doggone that low-down Harris. He stole him a jug.
Don't get excited, Pa. You can get another jug.
Yeah, but where the heck can I get another finger? Doggone it. Well, Ma, let's see if we can land the next one. Come in.
Good evening, folks.
Well, well. Look, Ma, it's Tubby Wilson.
Hello, Tubby. Have some chairs and sit down.
Yeah.
What's up, Zeke?
Hubby, how'd you like to marry my daughter Annie?
Annie?
Hold him, all.
I got him, Pa, I got him.
Let go of me, you old bat, and put your glasses on. Well, that's 2 strikes, but we ain't out yet. Come in. Hello, everybody. Well, it's young Baker. Son, I'll make it short and snappy. How'd you like to get married?
I don't know. Was it fun?
Ain't nothing like it, my boy. How'd you like to tie up with my Annie?
Gosh, I couldn't do that.
Hold on now. Just give me one reason why you don't want to marry my daughter.
She frightens me.
You'll get used to her. Now listen, Baker, if you take her for your bride, I'll treat you both to a honeymoon at Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls? Can I push her in?
That's up to you, my boy. What I don't see don't hurt me.
That's right. Just get her out of the house.
Yes, sirree.
Okay, it's a deal.
Come in, come in. Oh, it's you. Hello, Annie.
Hello, Pa. Hello, Ma. Back from the beauty parlor already? Yep. How do I look? You didn't pay your bill, don't.
I got good news for you, gal. Young Baker here has consented to make the supreme sacrifice. He's going to marry you.
And I got good news for you, too. I already got myself a husband.
A husband? Gee, Hoshaphat.
Keepers, creepers.
So you're married, eh? Well, where is he?
Out on the porch. Come on in, mister.
Mister? Gosh, there ain't much to him, is there, Ma?
Well, he's a man. That's more than we expected.
That's right. Hello, everybody. Come in, young feller, and congratulations.
What for?
Say, if you don't mind my asking a personal question, how'd you come to marry my daughter anyway?
Well, I'm a traveling salesman. I was just getting off the train when this girl grabbed me and put my seat right in the Cedar Foster Street station. And I didn't know whether the train was Cedar Foster Street or I just to me. You go on the seat right beside the Cedar Foster Street aboard this thing. And here I am.
Oh, she took you off your guard, eh?
Yeah, and not only that. You know, the Cedar Foster tourist in the Cedar Foster Street. I know what a private Cedar Foster Street was. It's down the river Foster Service Foster Street. Father, what do I do?
Too late to do anything, young man. You're hooked just like I was. Ouch! Play, Phil.
If you're looking for a delicious new dessert that your family is sure to enjoy, you needn't look any farther, because here it is. It's the new Jell-O chocolate pudding. Chocolate pudding with that old-fashioned homemade goodness. It has a lovely rich texture, the satin smoothness, the tempting color. And it tastes, well, for it's real chocolatey, full-flavored and rich, so delicious that every creamy spoonful brings you back for more. And Jell-O chocolate pudding is just one of 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, mellow and smooth with a golden taffy color that tempts your appetite, and a true butterscotch flavor that satisfies it. And then there's Jell-O vanilla pudding, creamy and delicate and inviting, an all-family favorite. And these 3 new Jell-O puddings are all quick and easy to make. The simple directions are on every package. A good idea is to buy 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
It's the last number of the 20th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And oh yes, I'd like to take this opportunity of congratulating Boy Scouts and their leaders everywhere on their 29th birthday anniversary of Scouting in America. You know, Mary, I used to be a Boy Scout when I was a kid.
And now someone has to help you across the street.
They do not. Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program for courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with It's All Yours. The other day, one of those inquiring reporters stopped me on the street with this question. Do you believe that men know as much about cooking as women? Well, I had the answer to that one, and I said no, but they know plenty about good things to eat. And that, I told him, is why they all like Jell-O. And ladies, I'll bet your own experience has shown you how true that is. Why, everybody likes Jell-O, and no wonder. That delicious extra-rich fruit flavor makes every Jell-O dessert a brand new and exciting treat. It's a fruit flavor that's rich and full-bodied and supremely satisfying right from your first tempting spoonful to the very last. And Jell-O is really doubly satisfying because it looks so delicious, so gay and cheerful and appetizing. It's a swell dessert, a dessert you can serve as often as you like, for the family will always enjoy it. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. It's all yours, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, next Thursday evening, February the 23rd, the winners of the annual Academy Award for Distinguished Achievements in Motion Pictures will be announced.
That's right.
The recipients of this great honor for outstanding performances on the screen will receive gold statues symbolic of their unquestioned ability.
Yes, sir.
So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who hasn't a Chinaman's chance, Jack Benny.
Well, hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was very funny, but uncalled for. If I were you, Mr. Wilson, I wouldn't be so sure about my not winning the Academy Award for the Best Actor.
Well, Jack, you'll have to admit that your name hasn't been mentioned in that connection.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. I can always be a dark horse, you know. Can't I, Phil?
Not with that gray mane.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. Don't jump at conclusions. Did you see my last picture, Artists and Models Abroad?
No, I didn't. Go ahead and fire me.
I'm not going to fire you, Phil. I'm just trying to bring out a point, that's all. Don, did you see Artists and Models Abroad?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I didn't. However, it was raining one night, and I intended to go.
Now, what happened?
It stopped raining.
Oh, well, it's too bad because you sure missed a real treat.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Kenny. Say, Kenny, did you see Artists and Models Abroad?
Oh, sure. I went the very first week, and I took my girl along.
Oh, well, what did you kids think of it?
Well, ask us. We were necking like 60.
That's fine. Do you two always neck when you go to a picture, Kenny?
No, during the Good Earth, we made mud pies.
Well, you were younger then. I'm going to find somebody who saw my picture if I have to start a contest. Anyway, fellas, my performance in Artists and Models Abroad is deserving of some recognition. I don't say that I'm positive of getting the Academy Award, but if I don't, it's a frame-up.
Now, listen, Jack, I don't want to shatter your hopes, but there's a rumor that Clark Gable has an excellent chance of winning the award.
Who?
Clark Gable.
Gable? Poof. A fine chance he's got.
And not only that, I hear that Jimmy Cagney's liable to step right up and cop the prize.
Cagney?
Yes, Cagney.
Piff. That little guy for what?
For what? Did you see him in Angels with Dirty Faces?
Yes, I did. You call that a performance?
I certainly do.
Oh, why, you take that scene where he was electrocuted. He didn't get one laugh. Some performance.
Well, for heaven's sake, you don't expect the guy to get a laugh when he's going to be electrocuted, do you?
Yeah, I'd have got a laugh.
You'd have got applause.
Well, Phil, if you're going to make a joke out of it, there's no use discussing it any further. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you all excited about?
Plenty. Phil here doesn't think I have a chance in the world of winning the Academy Award.
He doesn't. How does John feel about it?
Well, Don agrees with Phil.
Oh, move over, fellas.
You hear this gang talk, you think I was a flop as an actor.
Oh, Jack, you always get so upset when these awards are being given out. Last year you were jealous because Spencer Tracy won it.
Me? Jealous of Tracy? I was not.
You weren't? Then tell him what you did to his picture on the billboards all over town.
All right, so I drew a few mustaches. Is that a crime? Me jealous of Tracy.
Yes, and the things you said about him.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. All I said was I wish I had my ability and his luck. That's all.
Why, Jack Benny, what are you talking about? Spencer Tracy's one of the greatest actors on the screen today or any other day.
Oh, he is?
Why, certainly.
Of course he is.
That goes for me, too.
Down with Benny.
Kenny, this isn't a revolution. We're just having a little discussion.
Well, I don't care. Don is right.
Listen, Kenny, I'm just as good as Spencer Tracy any day. All I need is a break.
Oh, I can't stand this. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, ask him for a package of Jell-O. It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. I'm going out for a smoke.
Well, how do you like that? First time I've ever seen Don so upset. Gosh, even his favorite dessert didn't calm him down. Mary, do you think he was really mad?
Yes, his chins were just quivering.
Gee whiz, it's getting so a guy can't even express an opinion around here. I don't see why Don should jump on me after all I've done for him.
What did you ever do for Don?
What did I ever do? Well, for one thing, I discovered him. That's what I did.
Discovered him?
Yes. When I first met Don Wilson, he was a barker in front of a sideshow, ballyhooing for a lot of freaks. That's what he was.
How'd you happen to meet him?
Jack was a wild man from Waukegan.
Now, Mary, I haven't been around a freak show since I broke up with Princess Zaza, the snake charmer. So there.
No kidding, Jack. Did you really go around with a snake charmer?
Yes, Penny, she was a lovely girl, but I couldn't stand that hissing all the time. And now, if you've got a song ready, we'd like to hear it.
Okay.
Just a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Right here, boy. Take it, Mary.
Okay.
Here, buddy. Here's a nickel for you.
Gee, thanks, mister. Now I can get married.
Fresh guy. Who's the telegram from, Mary?
It's from your father, Miami Beach, Florida.
Oh, from Dad, eh? What does it say?
It says, my dear boy, everybody in Miami seems to think you're going to win the Academy Award.
Well.
But the sun is very hot down here.
Oh, good old Dad. Always thinking about the weather. Sing, Kenny. Say, Mary, do you think Don is really offended?
I dream in vain. In my heart there will remain a stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain. And now the purple dusk of twilight time steals across the meadows of my heart. High up in the sky the little stars climb, always reminding me that we're apart. You wander down the lane and far away, leaving me a song that will not die. Love is now the stardust of yesterday, the music of the years gone by. Sometimes I wonder why I spend the lonely night dreaming of a song, a melody haunts my reverie, and I am once again with you when our love was new, and each kiss an inspiration. But that was long ago. Now my consolation is in the stardust of a song beside a garden wall. When stars are bright, you are in my arms. The nightingale tells his fairy tale of paradise where roses grow. Though I dream in vain, in my heart it will remain my stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain, of love's refrain.
That was Stardust, an old favorite sung by Kenny Baker. And very good, Kenny, but what made you sing such an old number?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. I guess I'm just sentimental.
Oh.
You know, a song like that brings back a lot of memories, believe me.
Memories?
Boy, those sure were happy days when I was just a kid and didn't know what it was all about.
Well.
Happy days are here again.
Now, Mary, Kenny has just as much right to reminisce as anybody else. He can have his memories, too.
And how, brother?
Kenny, don't be such a devil. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to get on with the program, I'd like to announce that next week
Hey,
we are...
Jack,
What?
here's Don.
Oh, yes, our prima donna has returned. Hello, Don. Did you have a nice smoke?
Yes, Jack, and I'm sorry I lost my temper.
Oh, that's all right, Don. We can all make mistakes.
I didn't make any mistakes.
Oh.
But when you said that you're a better actor than Spencer Tracy, Clark Gable, or Jimmy Cagney, it just nauseates me, that's all.
Oh, it does. Well, did you hear that, Phil?
Well, Don's right. You sound egotistical.
Oh, I do.
Gosh, I'm not the least bit jealous of Paul Whiteman or Stokowski.
But you would be if you were a musician. You're a fine leader, Phil. You have yet to conduct a number where you didn't finish a minute ahead of the boys.
Well, that's the trouble with them. They're no good in the stretch.
Well, anyway, Phil, Don and I are talking about an entirely different thing. Now, in my picture, Artists and Models Abroad...
Your picture, that's all you talk about.
Well?
Fred Allen was right Wednesday night when he said he saw you in Forum. You can't act at all.
Oh, he did? Well, let me ask you something. Did you see Allen in that last picture he made? His photo finish?
Yes, I saw it.
Oh, boy, how he tries to hog the camera.
What do you mean?
Well, any man that'll put a false face on the back of his head so he can appear in every scene, well. And the way he photographs, what they have to go through to make up that pan of his.
Quite a job, huh?
A job? It's a government project. I'll never understand why Universal Studios spends thousands of dollars to make up Boris Karloff when they can use Allen in the raw. Boy, will he burn up when I win the Academy Award next week.
How do you know you're going to win it?
Because I deserve it. I'm an actor, first, last, and always.
You're a ham, baked, boiled, or fried.
Listen, Mary, there's nothing hammy about speaking the truth. Why, in my picture, Artists and Models
Oh,
Abroad...
this is disgusting.
You said it. I'm going out for a smoke.
Well, now, Mr. Baker has joined the ranks of the sulkers around here. You see, Don, the bad example you set? And now, ladies and gentlemen, that Kenny is in the other room and it might be a little quieter in here, I'd like to make the announcement that I started 5 minutes ago. Next week is a special attraction. We are going to present... Now what? Come in. Well, hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck.
Well, Andy, we haven't seen you for some time now. I was hoping you'd drop in last week for my birthday.
Well, better late than never, Buck. Here's a little present Mom made for you.
Well, thanks, Andy. Thanks very much.
Here you are, Buck. I hope you like it.
Well, gosh, look, fellas, just what I needed. A hand-painted sofa pillow. Say, that'll come in mighty handy.
Yeah, you can put it in your pants in case you meet Spencer Tracy.
Never mind that. Gee, it's so nice and soft. Be sure and thank your ma for me, Andy.
Well, you better thank Pa, too. He got an awful cold in his chest on account of that pillow.
He did?
Yeah, Ma stuffed it with his beard.
Oh, so he cut Pa's beard off, eh? What was the big idea?
Well, Ma thought he was making faces at her, and she wanted to find out.
I see. Well, I'm surprised your Pa let her do it. Is he better looking without it?
Oh, he's handsome now.
He is, huh?
Yeah, when Ma was shaving him, she dug a dimple in his chin.
Well, gee whiz, that's something.
It's too bad about him losing his Adam's apple, though.
Well, all that trouble for this little pillow. Anyway, thanks again, Andy. I'm going to keep this in the living room right next to my melodeon. And now, folks...
Oh, Jack, Penny just came in.
Oh, yes. Well, Mr. Baker, did you have a nice smoke?
Yeah.
That's good.
Boy, am I dizzy.
Well, it serves you right. And now, folks, once more I'd like to announce that...
Say, Buck.
What are you laughing at?
Did you hear Fred Allen Wednesday night?
Oh, him again. Why?
He said you were so cheap you're putting your long underwear away soaking wet so the moth would catch cold.
Oh, he said that, eh? Well, how would you like to know that Alan doesn't wear any underwear at all?
He doesn't?
No, when it gets real cold, he just pins his shirt tail around him and lets the rest of the world go by. So he better shut up.
Well, Alan can say anything he wants to about you because you called him a rat.
Why, Mary Livingston, I called him nothing of the kind.
You didn't say he was a rat?
Definitely not. All I said was if the Pied Piper ever came to New York and walked down the street, Alan would join the parade. That's what I said.
Oh, then you didn't refer to him as a rodent.
No, and the fact that he's partial to food au gratin is just a coincidence. And now, ladies and gentlemen, now that I've put Mr. A in his place, we will have a number by the orchestra. What are you going to play, Phil? Guess. Yes, you mean now or after the number's over? Andy, stick around. Phil's going to rip into a selection for us.
Okay, I can stand it if you can.
Hit it, Maestro.
Ready, boys? 1 for the money, 2 for the show. Nuts to Benny, and here we go.
How cute. How cute. That was either Jeepers Creepers or This Can't Be Love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Did I guess right, Phil?
No, the name of that was Hold Tight, but you were close.
Thanks. You know, Phil, I've been wondering for some time, why do you have 2 piano players in your band?
2? I only have 1.
Well, who's that little guy with the mustache at the other piano?
Oh, he's lost. He thinks I'm Guy Lombardo.
Well, good heavens, don't tell him. You know, Phil, one thing I've noticed lately...
Pardon me for interrupting, Buck, but I think I'll be running along now. I got work to do.
Okay, Andy, see you later. So long.
So long. Oh, say, Buck, I meant to ask you, did you really get a polar bear for a birthday present last week, or was that just a gag?
Gee, went way low on that. I wish it was a gag, Andy. Believe me, I've had plenty of trouble with that polar bear, haven't I, Mary?
Yeah. Tell him what happened when you were training him the other afternoon.
Oh, say, that could happen to anybody.
Training him? What are you training the bear for?
Jack wants to be ready in case vaudeville comes back.
That's not the only reason. Anyhow, let's forget about that polar bear.
Oh, no. What happened when Jack was training him, Mary?
Go ahead, you little tattletale.
Well, I dropped in at Jack's house the other day, and there he was all dressed up in a leopard skin, a beanie, and a whip in his hand.
Is that so?
Go on, Mary.
Well, when the bear stopped laughing...
He wasn't laughing. I had him scared to death.
Anyway, Jack cracked the whip and made him sit up and said, "Nice bear, give me your paw."
And what happened?
Jack got it right in the kisser.
Well, I can hardly feel it. Anyway, I got him tamed now, and he knows who his master is.
Jack, do you think you know who sent you that bear?
I don't know, Don. At first, I thought it might be Fred Allen, but I'm positive now that it wasn't.
Why?
Well, I had Allen's program on last Wednesday, and the bear turned it off. So he's a pretty intelligent animal, you know?
Say, Jack, what are you going to do with that bear anyway? Are you going to keep him?
Well, I'd like to, Kenny, but it's so expensive. Gee, he eats fish like mad. And he's so fussy he won't eat what I give him.
No wonder. Dad put scales on carrots and told him they were goldfish.
Well, what's the difference? They're good for him. Huh?
Hey, Buck, I gotta go now. See you later. So long.
So long, Andy, and thanks again for the present.
Oh, you're welcome. I hope you get the Academy Award, Buck.
I don't know why that should be so funny. You might all be surprised. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce so many times this evening, next week as our feature attraction, we are going to present the year's supreme effort by the Benny Overestimated Art Group. None other than our version of Darrell Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production. That dynamic screen classic, that gripping melodrama, that thrilling and sensational triumph, Jesse James. Thank you. Now, owing to the importance of this great feature, tonight we are going to present a few of the highlights from this tremendous attraction. First, pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Look, you'll have to call me back later, Rochester. I'm right in the middle of an important announcement.
Okay, boss. I'll just leave my resignation on the dresser.
Yes, do that. Your resignation? What are you talking about?
Now, look, boss, I don't mind opening doors, running errands, driving your car, and cleaning the house. But when you expect me to be lady-in-waiting to that North Pole kitten, I quit.
Now, don't get excited, Rochester. In the first place, you can't quit this minute. I haven't paid you yet.
That's all right. I'll just take some spoons.
You'll do nothing of the kind. Now, tell me, what's the matter with Carmichael?
Carmichael?
That's the bear. What's wrong with him, Rochester?
Well, every time I meet him, he wants to rumble with me.
Oh, well, he's just being playful. Why don't you dance with him?
I did this morning, and when we got through, he applauded.
Applauded? Well, say, that was cute.
Cute nothing. My head was between his paws.
Oh, that's too bad.
I'm all scratched up like a nearsighted berry picker.
Well, look, Rochester, you should have done what I told you to. I told you to put that polar bear in the garage.
I did that a half hour ago. That's no good.
Why not?
I looked out the window just now, and he was driving by in the car.
Rochester, are you sure it was him?
I'm positive he waved at me.
Then it was Carmichael. My goodness, Rochester, how are you going to get him back?
Don't worry, boss. He can't go far.
Why not?
The car's nearly out of gas, and he didn't take any money with him.
Well, I'll be home pretty soon. We'll go out looking for him.
Okay, so long.
So long.
Say, boss.
Yes?
If you win the Academy Award, will you give me a raise?
I certainly will. You'll get a nice, substantial increase.
Man, I sure wish you was a better actor.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. Just for that, you're going to get a... What's that?
Well, blow me down. Here comes Carmichael up the driveway. I bet he got a ticket.
A ticket? How do you know?
He's got a policeman in his mouth. So long, boss.
So long. Say, you know what, fellas? I got a regular gold mine in that bear. He can dance, drive a car, and everything.
Gee, if he could lead an orchestra, you could shoot Phil Harris.
Hey, there's an idea. I'll get him a baton tomorrow. Oh, yes, our half hour's nearly up, so right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to give you a preview of some of the highlights from next week's attraction. Jesse James.
Drama! Now listen, Mrs. James, we're going to run a railroad through your land, so I'm giving you just 10 minutes to pack your duds and get off.
I ain't a-getting off. Oh, Jesse! Jesse!
Yes, Ma?
This man is trying to take our farm away from us.
Oh, he is, eh?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
Nothing now, but you wait till next Sunday night.
Action!
Oh. Hey, you. What? Up with your hands. Stick 'em up, quick.
Okay, but you're wasting your time. I haven't got any money.
You haven't, eh? Well, I'll give you just 7 days to get some.
Romance!
Oh, Zerelda. Zerelda, will you marry me?
No, Jesse, I can't. You have no sex appeal.
Well, I'll get some by next week.
Jello!
Don't shoot him, Jesse. Don't shoot him.
Why not, Frank?
Oh, he said to count 6 before you lose your temper.
Okay, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. These are just a few of the thrills that will come to you next Sunday night. So be sure and tune in. Play, Phil.
is a grand excuse to have company for dinner, and I think everybody enjoys that. So here's a swell idea for Washington's birthday dinner. A delicious new fruit salad made with cherry jello. You can serve it as your salad and dessert course all in one, and it's easy. Here's how to make it. Dissolve 1 package of cherry jello in a pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1/2 cup of seeded canned white cherries cut in quarters and 1/2 cup of diced canned pineapples. Serve on crisp lettuce with plenty of real golden mayonnaise, and believe me, you've got something. For cherry jello has a deep, glowing crimson color that's mighty tempting, and a delicious extra-rich fruit flavor that just can't be topped. Combined with white cherries and tangy pineapple, you get a colorful, shimmering salad that's really a picture and tastes just as good as it looks. So ask your grocer tomorrow for some cherry jello and try this delicious new salad.
Number of the 21st program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So be sure and listen in, folks. Jesse James will be our feature attraction. Say, Mary, remind me to stop in the market on the way home. I want to get a can of sardines for Carmichael.
1 can for that big bear?
Yes, and 1 sandwich out of it for me. Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. Included on today's program was Irving Berlin's We'll Never Know and It's All Yours from Stars in Your Eyes. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good health to all from Rexall. It's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, presented transcribed by the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. You know us by the orange and blue Rexall sign on our windows. But another and better identification is that we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. One of the most famous of these products is Rexall Milk of Magnesia, so pure and mild in its ingredients, so carefully manufactured to a light, creamy smoothness, that it's become one of America's most popular antacid laxatives. Quality like that of Rexall Milk of Magnesia is what we family druggists are talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. The Road Company is now playing in Los Angeles. The Harrises, like so many of us, have waited months to see the play, and they've finally gotten tickets for tonight's performance.
How many tickets you getting, Curly?
6. That's for Alice and me, you and your girl, and Sammy the drummer and his girl. Willie's downtown picking them up now.
Hey, you know, Phil, we were very lucky to get seats for South Pacific. They're awfully hard to get.
Not for me, honey. You don't seem to realize that I'm a big man. All I did was call the box office and say, this is Phil Harris. I'd like 6 tickets.
And what did they say?
Let's see the color of Alice Faye's money, and you got 'em.
It's a mean thing to say. I didn't send any of Alice's money. I sent them my own personal check, and Alice had nothing to do with it, except sign it.
can't wait to see the play. I love the theater.
I too. There ain't nothing like the Ligament stage.
Since when do you like the stage so much?
Well, I've been in it all my life. My mother and father were vaudevillians. I was born in a suitcase.
A suitcase?
Daddy had a bad act. He couldn't afford a trunk. Oh, but if there's one thing I know, it's the theater. You see, I've seen every play that's ever been produced. I know the plot and the music of every one of them.
Well, what's the plot of South Pacific, Bill?
Well, it's about an Irish family and a Jewish family that live next door to each other. Now, the Jewish boy named Aby marries the Irish girl named Rose.
And in a year or two, they have a streetcar named Desire.
You're wrong, Francis. That's the counterpart. Yeah. Look, by the way, Frankie, what girl are you going to take to the show tonight?
My latest heartthrob.
Oh? What's her name?
Tondaleo Schwarzkopf.
Tondaleo Schwarzkopf?
Sexy, ain't it?
Yeah.
What kind of a name is that?
She's an island girl. Sort of a half-breed.
Yeah, half girl and half mountain goat.
All right, never mind the wisecrack. Tondi happens to be a very lovely girl. She's got long black hair, beautiful eyes, the most sensational teeth I've ever seen. Her teeth are like, well, I can't describe them. Remind me at the show tonight to have her take them out and show them to me.
Okay, and in case our seats aren't together, I'll have the usher bring them over.
Bill, please.
Well, I'll wait till the house lights go out. Not going to embarrass her. All I need is the usher's flashlight.
All right.
I'd love to see him.
All right. You don't have to take me seriously. Tondi's a very pretty girl, and she has a lovely figure. If you don't believe me, ask your boss, Mr. Scott.
Oh, how would Mr. Scott know her?
I took Schwartzy dancing last night, and Scotty and his wife were there. He couldn't take his eyes off my girl. He kept looking at her.
Oh, hold it a minute. Come in. Hey, look who's here. Hiya, Mr. Scott.
Hello, Harris.
Nice to see you, Mr. Scott.
How do you do, Mrs. Harris? I came over to...
Hiya, Scotty.
Oh, nuts. Hello, Remley.
Say, Scotty, did you see me dancing last night?
Yes. Tell me, Remley, do you always dance with your guitar case?
That was my girl. Guitar case, indeed. Makes fun of her just because she happens to have a long neck.
That was the clumsiest exhibition of dancing I have ever seen.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Scott. Remley may have a few faults, but he is an excellent dancer.
Thank you, Curly.
Well, I remember years ago he won a cup for the turkey trot. Of course, he was dancing with a turkey at the time.
I take my thank you back.
By the way, where do you find these weird creatures that you go out with?
You just don't appreciate real feminine beauty. I like my women dainty and petite with classical features. You got to admit the Thompson triplets down the street are stunning. And I was engaged to one of them for 3 years.
Oh, which one?
The one that looks like Lincoln.
Gee, I wish I was lucky enough to have married a girl that looked like one of our presidents. By the way, Remley, what politician does Tondaleo look like?
Oh, wait a minute. Tondaleo is very attractive. Isn't she, Scotty?
If you go in for that sort of thing. She wouldn't be too bad if it wasn't for her receding chin.
She don't have a receding chin. Just looks that way because she has a protruding face.
Remley, I think I've heard as much about your girlfriend as my weak stomach can stand. Now, Harris, you can do me a great favor.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Scott. Anything at all. Your very wish is my command. Express your slightest desire, and I will leave no stone unturned to fulfill it. What do you want, Mr. Scott? Just name it, and you've got it.
I want 2 tickets for South Pacific.
What's the matter? You crazy or something? You can't get no tickets to South Pacific.
But you just said you'll get me anything I want.
Well, I will within reason. Take a quart of my blood. How about one of my children? I'll give you a kneecap. Can you use a left eardrum? I got a broken putter. What do you want?
I thought sure you could get it for me. You're in show business. You've been in it all your life. You told me yourself you were born in a briefcase.
That suitcase.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd give anything if my wife and I could see that show. If I only knew somebody who had 2 tickets.
I got 2 tickets.
Have you, Remley? You know, my boy, I've always admired you.
If I gave you my tickets, you and your wife could go instead of me and my girl.
Would you, Remley?
No. Why should I give up my tickets?
All right, wait a minute, Scotty. I got an idea. Willie went down to pick up 6 tickets for us for tonight's performance, and you can have 2 of them.
Harris, do you mean that?
Certainly I do. You and Mrs. Scott, you just meet us down at the box office tonight at 8 o'clock, and you're in like a Staten Island ferry boat.
Oh, Harris, thank you very much. I'll never forget this. Oh, you're a dove.
You shouldn't have done that. Whose tickets are you going to give him?
Sammy's the drummer. What's the difference? It's more important that I take my boss and his wife. Besides, Sammy won't appreciate the music in South Pacific anyway. He don't like nothing that don't sound like rag mop.
Oh, they do have beautiful music in South Pacific. Songs like Some Enchanted Evening, Bali High, and this one is my favorite.
Step over here.
I'm as corny as Kansas in August. I'm as normal as blueberry pie. No more a smart little girl with no heart. I have found me a wonderful guy. I am in a conventional dither with a conventional star in my eye. And you'll note there's a lump in my throat when I speak of that wonderful guy. I'm as bright and as gay as the daisy in May, cliche coming through. I'm bromidic and bright as the moon, happy night pouring light on the dew.
She's as corny as Kansas in August, high as the flag on the 4th of July.
If you'll excuse an expression I use, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with a wonderful guy.
She's as tried and as gay as a daisy in May, a cliche coming true. She's romantic and bright as a moon, happy night pouring light on the dew.
I'm as corny as Kansas in August, high as the flag on the 4th of July. If you'll excuse an expression I use, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with a wonderful guy. Oh, Phil.
Yeah, honey.
Phil, I have bad news. Willie just dropped the tickets off, and all he could get was 4. That's all they had left.
Oh, no. Now, what am I going to tell Scotty? I promised him Sammy's tickets, but all I got now is tickets for you and me, and Frankie and his... Frankie. Frankie.
Yeah?
I want to talk to you, Francis.
Drop dead, Wonga.
Frankie, you have to help us out. Here's our problem. We have 4 tickets, and 6 people want to go. Now, if 2 don't go, our problem is solved.
Yeah, I figured. I got the solution, Alice. Why don't you and Mrs. Scott go to the YW for a swim? Now, that way Curly, Scott, me, and Tondaleo can go.
Yeah, we'll make it a stag party.
Never Never mind, I'm going. Phil, why don't you try a ticket speculator for the 2 extra seats?
Hey, that's the little woman that suggested that. Our oldest girl looks like her. You're wonderful, honey. I happen to know a ticket speculator, too. Come on, Remley. Let's try. Let's go get those tickets.
Yeah.
Hey, you know this ticket speculator very well, Curly?
Nah. I met him once or twice, but what difference? If I turn on that Harris personality, I'll wheedle a couple of tickets out of him. I know how to handle men. Watch this.
Wait a minute. There isn't a man behind that ticket window. It's a dame.
A dame? Happens to be my business. Hey, this is going to be too easy. I'll lay a smile on her, and when she sees my dimple, I'll get the first 10 rows in the orchestra. Stand back, Remley, and take a lesson from the old master himself. I'm about to go to work. Why, hello there, you great big luscious lump of lady. You're just my type. Beautiful.
You got indigestion, maybe?
Curly, you want to quit now, or you want to try for the balcony?
All right. The girl didn't happen to be looking. I'll get her this time. Say, baby face.
What do you want already?
Well, gee, I've forgotten. Just seeing you sitting there behind that window. You look like a picture in its frame. You remind me of the Mona Lisa. And, darling, when you look at me, it's hard for me to collect my thoughts. And, well, it's so out of place seeing a girl like you behind a ticket counter. You should be a model.
A model, he says. Everybody tells me I got a shape like a wet towel, and he wants me to be a model. But I'm busy. What do you want?
Honey, I want 2 tickets for South Pacific.
I don't blame you. It's a great show, and you shouldn't miss it. But you're gonna. Look, I ain't got tickets for South Pacific, but I got some for a better show than that.
Oh, what show?
The La Brea Tar Pit Follies of 1950.
The La Brea Tar Pit Follies? Who's starring in that?
Leo Schwarzkopf.
Frankie, your girl works in the tar pits.
No wonder her kisses are so sticky. Hey, look, miss. If you'll give me 2 tickets to South Pacific, I'll do something for you. I'll take you out on a date some night. How about it?
I'm sorry I couldn't go out with you.
Why not?
Before I go out with a man, I gotta respect him.
So?
So I got no respect for a guy who'd go out with a girl like me.
Family, we ain't getting no place here. Let's get out of here. So long, Liz. Thank you.
Well, what we do now, Curly? It's getting late.
Ah, don't worry about it. There's a lot of other speculators in town. We'll make the rounds. Hey, Remley.
Huh?
I'm dying to see that South Pacific, man. Like that Alice said, that music is great. Some enchanted evening, you may meet a stranger.
Curly.
You may meet a stranger across the quarter.
That ain't your type of song.
I could do it, but why ruin Pins' racket? Do one of my own. Let's choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo to Idaho. Come on, let's go. Let's choo-choo-choo to Idaho. So, Mr. Engineer, let's hear that whistle blow to let 'em know we're on our way to Idaho. Hey there, fella. Soon we'll be in Pocatello and then Sun Valley. According to my Rand McNally, tell the folks back home in Chi. Tell them toodaloo goodbye. Let's choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo to Idaho. What a trip, it's terrific on that Union Pacific. What a change from that colored wagon day. If those old 49ers had these up-to-date streamliners, they'd commute clear from Butte to Iowa. So hey there, fella, here we go to Pocatello and there's some Valley. According to my Rand McNally, tell the folks back home and shy. Tell them toodaloo, goodbye, let's shoot, 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 shoot to Idaho. Pardon me, folks, but if you ain't observed, I'd like to announce that our dinner's served. And glancing at the menu, I'm proud to say the chef is really cooking up a mess today. The four-course dinner is a work of art, and I most highly recommend our a la carte. The dining car is open and it's straight ahead. The first one there is the first one fed. Now, it's a custom here, though it ain't the rule, that if you bathe and you wait in the vestibule. And folks on the counter, we aims to please. We the latest and the greatest in facilities. I just got word from the engineer. The green light is shining and the track is clear. We breaking every record and I ain't surprised, 'cause she's a mighty locomotive and she's dieselized. From east to west, from coast to coast, the Union Pacific is a foremost. So hey there, porter, when we pass Nebraska's border, lay my suits out, get the spurs and western boots out. If I'm going west today, might as well go all the way. Yippee-i-oh, let's choo-choo-choo to Idaho. Come on, let's go, let's choo-choo-choo to Idaho. Come on, let's go, let's choo-choo-choo to Idaho.
Where have you been? It's 7 o'clock. We have to leave for the theater.
Honey, don't jump on me. I've been all over town trying to get tickets for Mr. Scott, and now I can't get them. And that Scotty's going to hate me. The whole Rexall company will be against me. When the family druggist meets me on the street, he won't say, "Good evening."
You better call Mr. Scott and tell him.
Keep trying to tell you it's too late. The Scotts are probably left for the theater already. Besides, I haven't given up yet. Maybe somebody at the theater will sell me their tickets. But let's get going. Let's try something.
I got to pick up Condaleo. I'll meet you at the theater.
Try to get most of the tar off of her, will you, Dad?
I'll scrape her down.
Do that.
Have you had any luck, Phil?
No. Nobody wants to sell tickets to a great show like this.
Well, have you tried the box office?
Don't be ridiculous. There isn't a chance in the world of them having any tickets.
This is going to be so embarrassing when the Scots show up and we
well,
don't
Curly,
have
did you get the tickets for Scotty?
No, I didn't. And where have you been?
I had to wait for Condaleo. She had trouble with her pancake makeup. Made the batter a little too thick.
Please.
She broke out in biscuits.
Oh. Will you stop, Milton? I'm in enough trouble.
Where is Condaleo, Frankie?
I left her out in the car. I always wait for the house lights to go out before I sneak her in. Saves a lot of explanation.
Remley, please. Can't you understand? We got to try and get some tickets before.
Oh, hi, everybody. It's all going in to see the show.
Condaleo, I told you to stay. Oh, it's Julius.
Hey, Julius. Hey, kid. You going to see the show?
Yeah. I just now walked up to the box office and got a cancellation.
Oh.
They were the last 2 tickets.
Remley. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Hey, Curly. We going to let him keep them?
What do you think? Just get him in a crowd, jostle him a little bit, and leave the rest to me. Julius, I want to talk to you a minute.
What do you want, Mr. Harris? And get your meat hook out of my pocket because I got the tickets in my bosom.
Look, kid, why do you want to see this show? It's too deep for a childish mind to understand.
You gonna see it?
Yeah.
Well, if your childish mind can understand it, why can't mine?
Oh, no, I don't mean that, Julius. You see, this show is all about love and kissing and Well, that kind of stuff is too dull for young kids.
I got news for you, Mac. I ain't that young.
Look, kid, we'll give you $20 for those tickets.
I'm not interested.
All right, Remley, come over a minute. We ain't getting no place for this kid.
Yeah.
We can't get no. Alice, come over here a minute.
What do you want?
Look, Julius loves you. He'll do anything for you. Now, just lay a little charm on him and talk him out of those tickets.
Oh, Phil, I couldn't.
But you got to, honey. The Scots will be here any minute, and we got to have the tickets. Now, give it.
Okay. Julius, I want you to do me a favor, big boy.
What's on your mind, soulmate?
I want your 2 tickets.
You ain't gonna get them.
No use. This kid's outgrown you. We ain't going to get them tickets away from you.
Now, wait a minute, Curly. I just got an idea. I think I can get the Scots in. I'll be right back.
Alice, if this doesn't work, I don't know what.
Mrs. Harris?
Mr. Harris.
Hello, folks. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Scott, too bad you showed up. I mean, we're so glad you showed up.
Well, Mr. Scott, we have some bad news. We weren't able to get tickets for you.
You mean we're not going to see the show? But I went out and bought a $150 evening gown.
Oh, Mrs. Scott, this is our fault, so we'll make it up to you. We'll give you our ticket.
No, that won't be necessary, Alice. I just saw the manager. He's a swell guy, and he's going to let the Scots in.
Bless you, Lefty.
Well, you better hurry up, Scotty. The manager's waiting at that door to pass you and Mrs. Scott in before they open the doors for the rest of the public.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Ramley. Well, we'll see you all during intermission, folks.
Yeah.
Ah, Remley, you're a baby doll. You know something? Just to show my appreciation, I might let you put strings on your guitar next year.
Say, we'd better get in, Phil.
Yeah, the
Oh, what a crowd. I thought we'd never get in.
Yeah, I wonder where Mr. and Mrs. Scott are sitting.
Well, come on, let's find our seats before the show starts.
Yeah. Uh-oh. There's the usherette over there. She'll take us down. Oh, Miss, will you please show us to our seats?
Yes, let me see your ticket.
Mrs. Scott! What are you doing with that flashlight? You ain't an usher, are you?
I ain't a coal miner. If I didn't want to see this show so badly,
Remley, what did you do?
It was the only way I could get him in.
Oh, gee. Mrs. Scott, I'm awfully sorry, but believe me, I had nothing to do with this, and I want to apologize to Mr. Scott. Where is he?
He's right over there.
Mr. Scott!
Peanut! Get your hot-butted plenamons.
Mr. Scott!
Ice cold orangeade. Harris, you're fired. Nothing sold during the performance.
Oh, Ralph.
Get your MIs
What
where
have
you
you
want.
done?
You can't do it.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. But first, here's your Rexall Family Druggist.
Quite often, customers ask me why I so heartily recommend Rexall aspirin, and I tell them there are 2 reasons. First, each Rexall aspirin tablet contains 5 full grains of pure aspirin, and second, Rexall aspirin tablets disintegrate so rapidly.
You mean they dissolve real fast?
No, ma'am. I mean they disintegrate real fast.
But what's the difference?
A great deal, ma'am. You see, aspirin itself is almost insoluble in water, and it's also too fine to hold together in tablet form. So a way had to be found to bind it with an ingredient that would quickly disintegrate, that is, break up the tablet, so the aspirin itself would immediately be free to do its job.
I see. The aspirin can't do any good until it's free from the tablet.
Exactly, ma'am. And that's why Rexall scientists developed a binder so low in moisture content that it begins to expand and pull apart the very second it comes in contact with water. That means that when swallowed with water, the aspirin in a Rexall aspirin tablet is ready to go to work for you even before it reaches your stomach.
Well, I'd say that's pretty fast.
Well, ma'am, 10,000 family druggists think so. And it's one more reason why they tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Folks, this is Phil again, and I'd like to tell you that Jackson and I are right in the middle of our nationwide tour with our stage show. And believe me when I tell you, it's a wonderful 2-hour show. With Jackson playing the violin, beautiful film star Vivian Blaine, Rochester, and my whole original band, and many wonderful extra acts, all in person. We appear in Cleveland tonight. Tomorrow, Monday, we're playing Pittsburgh. This Tuesday, we'll be in Buffalo. Wednesday in Toronto. Thursday in Syracuse. Friday in Montreal. Saturday in Boston. And then next Sunday in the big town itself, New York. Tickets are on sale now, and we do hope that you'll come to see us. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
This program was produced and transcribed by Paul Phillips. Next time you start to buy vitamins, remember that Plenamins, Rexall's popular multivitamin capsules, are the only multivitamins that give you more than your daily minimum requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established. Plus, valuable liver concentrate and iron, as well as other factors of the B complex. Ask for Plenamins, Plenamins, at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Next, Sam Spade and Sterling Holloway in Theater Guild on NBC.
Presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. The Quiz Kids, 5 bright, lovable youngsters ready for another difficult examination in the Alka-Seltzer schoolroom of the air. The examination tonight will be conducted in exactly the same manner as all our regular Wednesday night Quiz Kid programs. And as usual, none of the children has seen or heard any of the questions in advance.
I'll say we haven't. Let's get going.
All questions were sent in by you listeners and were selected by Sidney L. James of the editorial staffs of Time and Life magazine.
I don't care who sent them in. Let's get going. That's all right.
A new Zenith portable radio will be awarded the sender of each question used on this program tonight. And now our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we'll proceed directly to the roll call. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at Harrison School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Jack Lucal?
I'm Jack Lucal. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a freshman at the Oak Park and River Forest Township High School.
Joan?
I'm Joan Bishop. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Chicago School for Adults.
Claude?
I'm Claude Brenner. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Senn High School in Chicago.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 8 years old, and I go to the Bradwell School on Burnham.
And Jackie?
I am Jackie Benny. I am 6 years old. Now, I didn't have a chance to go to school at all. I was just a poor boy, and I used to stand on the corner selling papers, barefooted in the winter. And I used to say, extra, extra, paper here. Get your paper.
Quiet, please.
Fine chance I'm going to have here, I can see that. You know.
Now, Jackie,
I know
please.
just as much as the kids, you know. You just ask the questions, that's all.
Jackie, please. And incidentally, where are your curls?
What?
Where are your curls?
On my lap. They got hot.
Well, while we're getting ready for our first question, just a word or two from Ken Carpenter.
Here's a word of friendly advice to all you parents and older folks. Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Yes, the next time you eat too much or too fast or eat while under stress and strain, alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer is just the thing to relieve the misery of acid indigestion and distress after meals. It helps to neutralize excess stomach acid, so often the immediate cause of the distress of an upset stomach. That isn't all. You see, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever also. And if you have a sickish headache along with the stomach upset, Alka-Seltzer can bring you mighty comforting relief in both of these disturbances. Be wise. Take Alka-Seltzer. You'll feel better fast.
You said it.
Quiet, please. We will now start with the questions. All right, quiz kids. R.S. Hart of Seattle, Washington says that he was in the desert and after taking an analysis of the only water available, found that it was 100% aqua fontis. Would you drink such water? Joan?
Yes, I would.
Well, can you give us anything further?
Well, aqua fontis is fountain water.
That's right. It's really spring water, Joan.
Oh, yeah, spring water,
yeah.
Joan. That's right, Mr. Kelly. It's spring water.
Yes, I know. It says so on my card here.
I know. That's where I saw it before.
All right, the next question. Pete McDonald of Vernonia, Oregon, a schoolboy who says that he never enjoyed anything in school but recess until he began listening to the quiz kids, sends in this one. Incidentally, he adds that his grades are improving. Here it is. If you had something that contained a prothorax, a mesothorax, and a metathorax...
A meso what?
What did you say?
A meso what?
A mesothorax.
Oh, a mesothorax.
That's right. And a metathorax, what would you have? Gerard?
Gerard, you answer. You had your hand up first.
Now, Mr. Benny, don't butt in, please.
Well, I just thought... I can see I'm certainly going to have a fine chance here today.
The
all right, Gerard.
mesothorax and the metathorax and the prothorax are all part of the thorax, which is a part of of an insect. On the thorax is the part between the abdomen and the head, and an insect.
Well, good for you, Gerard. That was marvelous. That's very good.
I used to know that when I went to school, but, you know, when you get older, you forget those things. That's all. Can't remember everything.
Now, our next question...
I used to know algebra, too, when I went to school.
Quiet, please.
Oh.
Mrs. Burdette E. Truesdon of New York City says you can prove you have a good background by naming at least 3 persons whose names will live forever because their names have been used to identify their chief contribution to humanity. For example, the name of Roentgen is perpetuated in the word Roentgenology. Claude?
Nobel. He was a Swiss scientist who discovered dynamite, and he gives out prizes to people who do something great for the world.
That's fine, Claude. Let's see what Joan has to offer.
Well, there's Calvinism. That's a doctrine as to the downfall of man. And Darwinism, the theory of anthropology.
Very good, Joan. Jack Lucal?
Well, there's Alessandro Volta. His name is perpetuated in the volt, by which we measure electricity. And James Watt, they use his name, too, for the watt. That's really
nice going, Jack Lucal. Let's see, Richard?
Well, Martin Luther in the word Lutheran, which is a church, and Dr. Roentgen, who discovered the Roentgen rays.
That's very, very good, Richard. Jackie has his hand up. What?
Well, there's a fellow named Max. He had something to do with the Maxwell. Maxwell.
Now, wait a minute, Jackie. There's no connection there.
There is, too. A fellow named Max sold me my car. There it is. Max Maxwell. Name was Max Miller. Certainly got a fine chance on this program, believe me. Should have stayed on my own Jell-O show.
It's beside the point, but we'll accept it as half right.
Well, about time.
Claude?
Also, there's Jean-Francois Ampere. He had something to do with electricity, and his name lives in the Ampere.
Oh, the Ampere,
That's
the
right,
Ampere.
Claude. Jack Lucal.
Well, there's Cadillac and LaSalle were French explorers, and their names are names of automobiles.
Very good, Jack Lucal. I guess that will hold Jackie for a while. All right, our next question.
Of course, if everybody's going to get laughs on this program, I'm going home.
Gerard?
Well, there's also a DeSoto who was named and he was a Spanish explorer that found the Mississippi.
That's right, Gerard. I'm glad you brought that up. Now then...
What about Johnny Chev that made the Chevrolet? For heaven's sake. You're going to go into that kind of stuff, you know. Johnny Chev. What about Harry Stood? That stuff.
Well,
I can answer a million of them, you know. Just ask me the questions, that's all.
We'll all withdraw from the garage right now and get into our next question. Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey, poses this mountain climbing and mathematics problem. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge.
Wait, pardon me. Who was it asked the question, you see?
Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey.
Oh, Camden, New
Yes.
Jersey, I see. Important question.
Let's see, where are... Oh, yeah, here I am, right here. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge at an altitude of 6,440 feet. While edging his way, he accidentally kicked a rock which went flying toward the bottom of the mountain at some animals who had to scurry for shelter. Ignoring the friction of the air, how long did the animals have to reach safety before the rock hit? Now, you've got to do this in your heads, kids. No pencil and paper.
What is the last question again, please? How long did it take what?
Well, that is the question. How long did it take?
1 minute and 43 seconds.
That's wrong.
Certainly got a fine chance here.
Richard?
20 seconds.
20 seconds? Seconds is correct.
Well, no wonder. He squared the root. I tripled it.
Well, nice going, kids, and though I don't think you need it, you can rest a moment now. It's recess time.
We've been telling you over and over again about Alka-Seltzer. We've told you how good it is, how convenient and economical, and how fast it can bring relief in the distress of so many common ailments. And now suppose we let Alka-Seltzer speak for itself. All right, first of all, we take 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets from the package and drop them into a glass of water. Listen. You hear that fizzing, sparkling sound? Sounds good, doesn't it? Well, it is good. It looks good, tastes good, and is so good for relief in so many common ailments. That's Alka-Seltzer, all right. The 2-in-1 remedy. 2 kinds of relief in one glass. First, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever, just what you want for relief of headache or sore aching muscles. And second, Alka-Seltzer is an alkalizer, just what you need when excess acid upsets your stomach and causes distress. Be sure to try a sparkling glass of Alka-Seltzer the next time any of these annoying ailments cause you trouble. See for yourself how good it is, how fast it can make you feel better. Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Quiz Kids, presented every Wednesday night at this time by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Now, just a word about the questions. You can win a new Zenith portable radio with patented built-in wave magnet if you send us a question which our question editor finds suitable for use on the air. Yes, Alka-Seltzer awards a famous Zenith portable radio for each question used on this program. Just mail your questions by postcard or letter to Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. That's Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids. So send in your question and win a radio.
You better see
Joe,
that I get that $100
$100
bond, too. That's all I worry about.
All right, Joe, you ready with the scores at the halfway point?
Yes, Ken, but in deference to our guest contestant, I hesitate to read them. I think I'll just let them go until after the second question session. Maybe a miracle will happen. By the way, Richard, that last question we had before the bell, can you tell us how you worked that out?
Well, Mr. Kelly, anybody falling through space, disregarding the friction of the air, accelerates at the rate of 32 2/10 feet per second. And the rule is the distance equals the time in seconds squared times half of the acceleration per second. And in this case, it was 6,440 feet equals 16 1/10 times the time squared. So I divided 6,440 by 16 1/10 and got 400, which is the square of the time in seconds. And I extracted the square root, and that gave me 20. And so the answer is 20 seconds.
Good for you, Richard, my boy.
You see, where I made my mistake there, you see, I took the least common multiple there. That's where I got wrong. That's where I got the minute 43 seconds in there, you see. I sort of square-rooted it there in the thing.
Yes, that's what I say.
Yeah.
Well, let's get along here now. Here's a question from Mrs. Daniel Stormont of Evanston, Illinois.
5,280 feet is 1 mile.
What? What did
I said 5,280 feet is 1 mile.
Well, nobody asked that one.
Well, if they do, I'm ready. Watch out.
All right, we'll continue.
All right.
If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent? Now, there is a tough one. If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent?
I wouldn't tell anybody I was a mugwump. So ridiculous. Huh, Claude?
Well, Claude?
I'll take a guess. I say an independent.
That's right, but how did you guess it?
I just guessed.
Oh, you just guessed. That's right. You see, the political name of mugwump, well, let's see what Joan has to say.
Well, I rather thought it was independent, too, because there's a column in one of our Chicago papers called Mugwump.
That's true.
Politics.
But you see, the political name of mugwump started in 1884 when it was applied to supporters of James G. Blaine, who switched to Cleveland because of his civil service views. Blaine was Republican candidate for president. Jackie?
I know what a mugwump is.
Oh.
You do?
You see, a mugwump is a bird that sits on the fence with its mug on one end and its wump on the other.
Well, now, let's have a little more discipline, please.
Well,
getting back to the political situation, Jackie Benny, who was president of the United States in 1901?
Grover Cleveland.
That's wrong.
Well, I ought to know. I voted for him. It was Grover Cleveland.
You're wrong. It was William McKinley.
Just wish I had a history book, brother. That's all.
I've got one.
Well, give it to me. I got a low chair here. Grover Cleveland. That's who it was.
Let's continue with the next question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found these ads in the paper.
Cleveland, you know. I know Grover Cleveland. But...
Quiet, please. I'd like to present this question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found these ads in the paper. She would like you to tell her just what is advertised. Here's the first item. For rent, colonial estate near Charlottesville, Virginia, designed by owner. Adjoining buildings make estate virtually a community. Right owner, T.J., Charlottesville, Virginia. Jackie Benny, you're holding your hand up.
I'm waving at some friends in the audience. I can have friends in the audience, can't I? Hello, Mamie.
Well, let's complete this question. Richard?
Monticello.
Monticello, the home of?
Thomas Jefferson.
That's right,
That's
Richard.
right.
Good for you. Here's the next item. For sale.
Friends in the audience, you know. What the devil? I didn't know you're superior.
Quiet, please. Here's the second part of this question. For sale, sacrifice, $10 million marble building in the land of Veda. Stands on 313-foot square marble terrace. Absolutely unique as architect's eyes poked out after construction completed. Claude?
That's the Taj Mahal.
The Taj Mahal in India. Good for you.
And it took 22,000 men 22 years to build it. And I'm right about Grover Cleveland, too. Only about Grover Cleveland, you know.
We'll continue. Frank O. Estes of Towson, Maryland, sends in this one. Last week, his wife went shopping to get her girlfriend's gift. She bought Sue a green umbrella for $2.95. Ellen a blue scarf for $2.50. Joanne a brown leather pocketbook for $2.99. And Priscilla a yellow sports skirt for $3. What was the color of the scarf for Ellen? Joan?
Blue.
Blue is right. Good for you.
1901 was Grover Cleveland. I know because I won a pair of cloth top shoes on the election. For that.
We'll forget about Grover Cleveland.
I won't forget about it.
Well, this next question here...
Burns me up, you know. You come over here...
Quiet, please.
Do the best you can.
Tommy Haycomb.
Tommy Haycomb.
Jackie.
Tommy Haycomb.
I'm reading a name.
All right. Read the name.
All right. Quiet. Tommy Haycomb.
I'm not getting paid for this, you know. I just came over. I'm a guest. That's what burns me up, you know.
Connie Haycomb. Listen, Jackie.
Yes.
I'm beginning to think that you're getting into what little hair I've got left.
Well, I can always tell you where to get a toupee. You know?
Quiet. Connie Haycomb of Minneapolis, Minnesota wants you to sing or hum these notes as I give them to you, and stop me as soon as you recognize the scales you are singing. All right, here's the first one. C.
Oh. That was Joan.
All right, Joan. D.
Oh.
E flat.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
G.
Oh.
A flat.
Oh.
B.
Oh.
C.
Oh.
Do you recognize the scale?
That's the harmonic minor.
That's very good. All right. Here's
if
the
I
next
had my
one.
violin here, I'd have gotten it.
Here's the next one. C.
Oh.
C sharp.
Oh.
D.
Oh.
D sharp.
Oh.
E.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We've got some other hands up. I'm going to give this one to Claude.
That's a chromatic.
Chromatic is correct. Good for you, Claude. And here is the last one. C.
Oh.
D.
Oh.
E flat.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
G.
Oh.
A.
Oh.
B.
Oh.
C.
Oh.
B flat. Richard?
That's the melodic.
Melodic is good. Good for you, kids.
One of the silliest questions I've ever heard. Ask me something once in a while.
Now, quiz kids, you'll need mythology.
Waving my hand all the time. Nobody even calls on you. You're standing like a big goat.
You'll need mythology as well as ornithology to answer this one. Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri, wants to know why peacock
feathers... Is that Paul Baker's sister, Ethel? That isn't Paul Baker's sister, is it?
When you want to talk, Jackie, will you please hold up your hand?
Because I know an Ethel Baker, you know.
I
that
see.
was Paul Baker's sister.
Well, remember to hold up your hand when you want to say something.
All right, I'll hold up my hand. For goodness sake, you sit there. What are you, the boss or something?
Quiet, please.
Last time I'll come on this show.
You're telling us. Now, let's see, where am I? Oh, yes, here I am right here.
I care, but it's just...
Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri wants to know why peacock feathers are spotted. Gerard?
The peacock has eyes in his tail feathers because of a mere myth. You see, when a long time ago, when Jupiter married Juno, after a few years, he became jealous of her, and he turned her into a calf. And he sent Argus to watch her. But Juno turned herself right back into her regular form, and Argus was the one that had 100 eyes in his head. And Juno killed Argus and put the eyes in the peacock's tail.
Well, thank you very much, Gerard. That was a very fine description. Jackie, I see you've got your hand up.
I'm wiping my forehead. It's hot here. He even raise his hand.
Fine, we'll continue.
Ridiculous questions I ever heard.
James Wilson, Jr. of Toledo, Ohio, wants you to compose a second line to his one-line verse. Here it is. Fred Allen has a funny show.
I'm going home.
Now, you keep your seat. All right, Fred Allen has a funny show. Let's hear a second line to that. Joan?
Fred Allen has a funny show, but there's not a thing he doesn't know.
Very good, Joan. All right, let's have another one.
Funny about that show, boy.
Gerard?
When Mr. Benny hears that, he'll surely blow.
All right, Jackie, what have you got to offer?
Fred Allen has a funny show. How he does it, I don't know. His jokes are old, his gags ain't funny. He ought to be paid in Confederate money. The end.
Now then, here is really one for you, Jackie Benny. Listen to this.
My father's listening in.
Yeah. All right, tell me, how many strings on a violin?
5. 4.
Yeah.
4.
Very good. How do you spell rosin?
R-O-S-O-N. Rosin.
That's wrong. It's R-O-S-I-N.
Can't understand it. I've been using it for years.
Well, there's the bell, kids. I'll have your scores in just a moment.
If you had your vitamins today, well, here's the answer to your daily vitamin A and D problem. Take one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, now offered and guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Each one-a-day tablet is equal in vitamin A and D content to 2 whole teaspoonfuls of cod liver oil, meeting minimum United States pharmacopoeia standards. One a day is all you take, one a day is all you need, and a penny a day is all it costs. Listen to these low prices. 30 tablets, 35 cents, 90 tablets, only 85 cents, and 180 tablets, only $1.50. One a day is all you take, and 1 penny a day is all it costs. Remember, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets have been developed and are guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer, tested and approved by Good Housekeeping Bureau, and commended by Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Every member of your family should take one-a-day tablets every day. Ask your druggist for one-a-day tablets. That's the name, one-a-day brand. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Just when I got rolling, the show had to be over.
Well, kids, as a group, you missed only one question tonight, and the individual winners are Richard first, Joan second, and Claude third.
Of course, I knew I wouldn't be in it.
I congratulate you. I congratulate you, as I said before. I congratulate all you quiz kids and take pleasure in presenting to each of you, in behalf of the makers of Alka-Seltzer, a $100 denomination United States savings bond. And Jackie Benny, I don't have one for you. You see, these bonds are to help the children pay for their future education, and we didn't think you'd spend your money in going to college. But here's a Zenith portable radio. Maybe you can learn something listening to the Quiz Kids every Wednesday night.
Well, at least I can hawk the radio. I can get something.
Friends, we'll be back in Chicago next week, and we'll resume competition with only the 3 highest scorers remaining for the succeeding examination. The 3 winners on our last competitive program were Claude, Richard, and Jack. Completing the board will be Gerard and Joan, the same children on the program tonight. Meanwhile, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Come on, ask more questions. Let's get going here. Come on.
Listen again next Wednesday night to the Quiz Kids. The makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 programs each week, all of them on NBC networks. On Friday night, Alec Templeton Time. On Saturday night, the famous Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance. And next Wednesday night again, the Quiz Kids. For interesting variety and entertainment, listen to the Alka-Seltzer shows. Ken Carpenter speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
On the air with the School Kids Questionnaire, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamin tablets. And here they are, the Quiz Kids with Jack Benny as our special guest. Time, Quiz Kids, get ready for those examination questions you listeners sent in. And if you hear your name on a question, you'll know a Zenith portable radio is on its way to you. Because we give a Zenith portable for every question used on the show. You just mail your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago. We may rewrite them, and we must be sole judges in case of similarity. And now, with the rules and regulations taken care of, we'll get on with the quiz under the tutelage of our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Fort Pearson, and good evening, everyone. Fort forgot to mention one rule. Of the 5 quiz kids, the 3 with high scores come back again. Now, we had one quiz kid who could never come back again on that basis because he got no score at all. So tonight we bring him back anyway as guest judge. His name, ladies and gentlemen, is Jackie Benny. Now, His Honor, Judge Benny is going to be a little late for school tonight because he's giving his own show for the Army Air Force's Technical Training School away across town in Chicago. So we've arranged for a special escort to rush in here to the studios, and we have reserved an elevator, and it's waiting below to whisk him up to the 19th floor. And while we're waiting, we get on with roll call. Harvey?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 12 years old and in the 8th grade at the Bradwell School.
Margaret?
I'm Margaret Merrick. I'm 14 years old. I live in Western Springs, and I'm a sophomore at Lyons Township High School.
Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 13 years old, and I'm in the 8th grade at Roosevelt School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Ruthie?
I'm Lysandra Duskin. I'm 8 years old, and I'm in 5th grade at the Parkside School.
And Joe?
I am Joe Kupperman. I am 6 years old and 2A at both the schools.
Say, wait a minute, Joel. I thought you were going to be on Jack Benny's program right now. What happened?
Well, you see, the government needed some of the time on Jack Benny's program, and both the government and me there wouldn't be time enough for both the government and me, and the government was more important than me, so I got off.
Oh, well, good for you. Well, now that's a splendid way to look at it, Joel, and I really admire you. You really are a true little American gentleman. Meantime, Fort Pearson will take over in the mathematics department.
Well, here's the answer to one family problem, Joel. You can add to your comfort and subtract plenty from your miseries if you try Alka-Seltzer when you're bothered with a headache or a touch of acid indigestion. In addition, you'll find Alka-Seltzer soothing when you have an upset stomach, simple neuralgia, or muscular aches and pains. And what's more, you can divide the small cost of Alka-Seltzer by the number of times it may prove helpful. And you'll find the price isn't even a fraction of the comfort it can bring. And that's exactly why the folks who praise Alka-Seltzer are multiplying day by day. Well, that's all for me, Joel. Let the quiz kids take over.
All right, Fort. Well, children, your first question is from Phil P. Greenwood of Brentwood, Maryland. If you were in a hurry to drain the water out of your bathtub, would it drain quicker if you continued to sit in the tub after pulling the plug, or if you climbed right out? Richard?
If you sat in the tub, it would drain quicker because the depth of the water would be greater, and so the pressure varies directly as the depth of the water, and it'd be deeper, so it'd go out quicker.
That's right, Richard, my boy. Good for you. Well, now, let's see. Harvey has his hand up. Harvey?
Well, I agree with Richard, and there's another reason, too. Well, the water would be higher, and a little bit of it would go out the drain that's on top of the tub, too.
Well, now, say, there's an angle we didn't cover. Okay, good boy, Harvey. Well, now, next question. I hope you won't be at sea answering this question from John H. Barron of Minneapolis, Minnesota. He wants you to think of 3 seas named after countries or islands. Joel?
There's the Trans Sea I read in John Winslow of the Navy, and there's 2 of them, the North Trans Sea and the East Trans Sea, and there's the Irish Sea and the Arabian Sea.
Well, that's fine, Joel. That's all right, believe me. Well, we've got some more hands up. Let's see how far we can go with this. Margaret?
There's the Bering Sea.
Bering Sea after a country or an island, Margaret?
Well, there is a Bering Island in Bering Strait.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to take your word for it. I don't have it on my card. I'm sorry. All right, Harvey?
Well, there's the Java Sea, and I think there's one called the Japan Sea.
Well, that is right. Now, Java Sea, that's another one that I'll have to look up, I'm afraid, because I don't have that on my card. Well, we've got more than enough. Thanks very, very much, kids. We better get along to the rest of our questions now. Gene Archer of Dallas, Texas, must be anticipating spring house cleaning. He wants to know how much it costs to wash completely a window 4 feet wide and 5 feet high at 2 cents a square foot. Margaret?
20 cents.
How much?
20 cents.
You say 20 cents?
No. It'd be 20 square feet, so it'd be 40 cents.
Well, no. Richard?
80 cents, because you'd have to wash both sides.
Both sides of the window. That's right. I said completely. Yes, sir. That was sort of a little catchy question, Margaret. All right, next question. Esther Woodward of Cleveland, Ohio, points out that some characters in literature are decidedly off the beam. What did these characters do to make you think they are a little off up here? The first character is Ophelia. Margaret?
Ophelia murdered.
Well, I think I'm going to have something more than that. From
What?
From Hamlet.
Beg pardon?
She's from Hamlet.
Hamlet, by whom?
William Shakespeare.
That's right. Well, let's see if we can't get something further on Ophelia here. That's all right, Margaret. Ruthie?
What do you mean by off the beam?
Beg pardon? Well, that means, a little bit touched in the upper story up here, see?
She drowned herself.
That's right. And, Margaret, I think that you'll find that Ophelia didn't murder.
Meant murdered herself. I forgot about suicide.
Oh, I see. Yes, she drowned herself. All right, well, I guess that takes care of Ophelia. Now, how about Papageno? Papageno. Ruthie?
Well, he lied.
Well, yes. Can you tell us something else about him?
Well, he was a bird catcher, and he was condemned to serve Tamina in his search for Tamina.
Where would you find Papageno?
In the magic flute.
By whom?
Mozart.
By Mozart. That's right. Now the next character is Mr. Billingsley. Richard?
Well, he just does sort of silly things around Jack Benny's house.
Tell me, Richard, can you quote him on anything?
Well, when we were on his program, he came in and he said, "Oh, hello, Mr. Benny, playing with the kiddies, I see."
Richard, can you tell me who takes the part of Mr. Billingsley?
I think it's Bill Morrow.
No. It's, well, that's beside the point. It's Eddie Boulogne, another of Jack Benny's writers. All right? So far, so good, kid. Well, now, Mrs. Frank C. Doyle of Elmira, New York, sends in these descriptions of girls mentioned in songs. What are the songs? This first lady is described by the author as the girl with the strawberry curls. Harvey?
Well, that's in Casey. The band played on, and Casey would walk with the strawberry blonde. And the part that says the strawberry curls is he'd ne'er leave the girl with the strawberry curl, and the band played on.
Well, can you sing part of it for us, Harvey?
He ne'er leave the girl with the strawberry curl, and the band played on.
Well, makes everybody want to waltz, doesn't it? That was fine. Now, here's the next one. The buckwheat cake were in her mouth, the tear was in her eye. Richard?
Well, that's Susanna. From Oh, Susanna by Stephen Foster.
That's right. And I didn't really think you kids would get that because that's rather obscure. It's in the second verse, by the way. But can you sing part of Susanna for us?
Goes, the buckwheat cake was in her mouth, tear was in her eye. Says I'm coming from the south. Susanna, don't you cry.
That's very, very nice, Richard. Very nice. All right, Gordon S. Slaughter of Vestal, New York, sends in this Bible question. He wants to know who got left behind in each of these instances in the Bible. Here's the first instance. Escape for thy life. Look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. Margaret?
Well, Lot escaped, and Lot's wife did not. She was turned to a pillar of salt.
That's right, Margaret. Now, here's the next instance. And the man, the lord of the country, said unto us, Hereby shall I know that ye be true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and take food for the famine of your household, and be gone. Ruthie?
Simeon was like
Simeon, that's right. Good for you. Well, the next question is one that comes up in most every home where there are youngsters.
How can I get my children to take their vitamins without a lot of nagging and coaxing?
Well, that's easy. No doubt you're referring to vitamins A and D, or perhaps you call them the cod liver oil vitamins. So why don't you give these vitamins to your children in pleasant-tasting tablet form? Yes, I mean one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets made by Miles. Each of these easy-to-take tablets actually contains even more than a normal daily supply of vitamins A and D. And these one-a-day tablets are so pleasant-tasting, the children can chew them like candy. And of course, Mother, from your point of view, you avoid not only the coaxing and nagging, but also there's no sticky spoons to wash, no greasy stains on clothes or tablecloth. These winter days, when so many colds are going around, it's wise to give the grown-ups, as well as the children, the vitamin protection of one-a-day vitamin A and D tablets. You take just a single tablet a day, and it costs very little, hardly more than a penny a day when you buy the family-size package at your drugstore. Remember that name, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, made by the Miles Laboratory. Now, let's have more questions, teacher.
All right, Fort. Well, kids, Ruth Collins of St. Louis, Missouri, wonders whether you can shed any light on how these quotations end. Both mention candles. How far that little candle, and then what's the rest of it? Ruthie?
How far that little candle throws its beam, how shines a good deed in this naughty world.
Well, that's almost true, word for word. Let's see if we can't get in the correct words, Ruthie. Who's that by the way, Ruthie? Well, let's see if Margaret can tell us. Margaret?
Well, Portia says that that's in The Merchant of Venice, also by Shakespeare, and I think it's how far that little candle throws its beams, so shines on a good deed in a naughty world.
That's right. You were off on just one word. It's his beams instead of its beams. Well, all right. We mustn't get too technical. Here's the next one now. In winter, I get up. Harvey?
In winter, I get up at night and dressed by yellow candlelight. In summer, quite the other way, I have to go to bed by day.
And that is by?
By Robert Louis Stevenson. And it's, I think, a child's garden of verses.
Well, the name of it is, let's see if we can bring that out. Joel?
Bed in Summer.
Bed in Summer, that's it, yeah. Hold everything. The door's opening, and yes, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, His Honor Judge Jack Benny.
Can I talk to you here?
I don't know.
Through here?
Well, all right, over there, Jack.
No, really, I hate to butt in on this thing like that. I'm sorry I'm late, but you see, I have my own program every Sunday night at 6 o'clock in Chicago, and I just got through with my own, and I had to run back to my hotel at the Stockyards Plaza, and then I had trouble coming. You know how crowded the cabs are now. You can't get any cabs or anything, so I finally got in a streetcar, and I had an argument with the conductor there. I just happened to ask him if they make rates for actors, and they said no, and had a little trouble there. Where do you want me to sit?
Right over here, Judge. Yes, but listen, you didn't need to go to all that bother. Ordinarily, our judges don't go in for white wigs, you know.
I'm going to find out pretty soon who's going to be the comedian here. That's what I'm
Well, Judge, school's already in session, so you'd better take your place at the judge.
I'm glad to see all these kids again.
I bet you are, Dad. We're mighty glad to see you.
I haven't seen them since we played together about 20 years ago at the Palace, you know?
By the way, Judge, here are the scores up to this point, and you can carry on from there and keep tabs on the score. All right. Now, let's see.
Pardon me, I put on my glasses. I'm at that trombone age, you know, where you get this thing.
Well, that's all right. That's all right, Jack. Don't apologize. Now, here's our next question here. Here's a surprising question from Joe Hefner of Hamburg, New York.
Really?
Oh, yeah. This is for the children. Yeah. Now, who was the last Democratic president to serve only one term? The last Democratic president to serve only one term. Margaret?
I think it was Calvin Coolidge.
No. Oh, no.
No, it wasn't Coolidge.
No, it wasn't, no. I'm glad you're listening.
Was he president at all?
Oh,
he was. He was, yes.
Oh, Judge, please. After all. All right, let's see what Harvey has to say.
Was it Buchanan?
Well, now I'm asking you.
Buchanan.
That's just who it was. James Buchanan. You really knew that.
I was hoping he'd get it. Yes,
Yeah.
I did. That's very good.
All right, now, who was the last Republican president to serve 2 full terms?
Fred Allen.
No. Now, Judge.
I'm sorry.
No, okay. Harvey?
That is Ulysses Simpson. No, I think Ulysses Simpson Grant.
You think?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Well, I am too. That's what it was. Yeah, that's the answer. Now then, here's a math question from Frank Clark of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Assume that the world is 25,000 miles in circumference. If you walked around the world at the equator, you wouldn't lose your head, but it would go faster than your feet. Approximately, how much farther would the top of your head travel than the soles of your feet? You are 5 1/2 feet tall.
Would you mind repeating that?
Judge, I don't think it's necessary. We have some hands up, and
pardon me.
I think I'll call on Richard.
Well, Joel is smaller than I am, so why don't you let him answer it?
Uh-huh. That's a nice gesture, Richard. It looks to me we're going to be so polite around here tonight we won't get this question answered at all. So we'll let Joel try it, and then we'll check with you, Richard. All right, Joel.
5 feet 1.5 inches times 2 would equal 10 feet and 3 inches. That's 10 1/4 times 3 1/7. 10 times 3 1/7 equals 41 3/7. And 1/4 of 3 1/7 equal 11/14 plus 31 3/7 equal 31 and 32 3/14 feet.
Well, now, let's check with Richard on that. Richard?
Well, either I misunderstood or Joel did. I thought you said that you were supposed to be 5 1/2 feet tall.
Yeah, that's right.
But he figured it for 5 feet and 1 1/2 inches.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's start all over again. I'm sorry.
You see, I was right in asking you to repeat the question.
You certainly were, Judge.
I mean, after all, I'm a guest here, you know. You can treat me with a little courtesy, Mr. Kelly.
Well, I'm very, very sorry.
Just because you're running for mayor again, you know.
I'm sure Edward J. thanks you very, very much for that plug.
They asked me to come over here. I'm not getting paid for this, you know.
Well, I'll tell you, let's start all over again. Joe, do you think you've got it right now? 5 1/2 feet tall.
Well, 5 1/2 times 2 equals 11 times 3 1/7 equals 34 and 4/7.
34 and 4/7 is right. Good for you. Oh, that's
funny,
marvelous.
Joe. I had 33 1/2. I was just a little bit off there. I'm sorry.
Well, I think
I must have figured that wrong.
You left
33 1/2.
Evidently, you left the pi part out.
The cubic. I had the cubic meter in
Oh,
there.
that's where you were
Yes,
wrong.
okay.
That was
33 1/2. I can't figure out.
Well, Joel, after the broadcast, will you get together with the judge and explain it
Well,
to
you
us?
have to multiply by 2, and then...
I did it! I multiplied. What? No, wait, here. Wait a minute. Joel.
You multiply by 2, and then you multiply that by 3 1/7.
I know, I did it twice. I multiplied it twice, and I got 33 1/2.
Then you must have been wrong on the...
Okay. All right, Joel.
Joe, listen, I'd just like to say one thing. When I was 8 years old, I used to be able to answer all these questions, too. But believe me, 20 years make the difference. You forget?
Well, we'll take that up after the broadcast, Joel. Thanks a lot.
Anytime Joel wants to make something out of it, See him later.
I'll tell you what, you can all
make him any day he ever saw,
Judge, pardon me.
Yeah.
You can all catch your breath a minute now while Fort Pearson goes on with the vitamin lesson.
Thank you, Joe. This time I would like to talk about the B vitamins that are so important in our daily diet. Yes, the same B vitamins that you find in one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablets made by Miles. These B vitamins are found in meat, whole grains, various fruits, and vegetables. They're extremely important where energy, digestion, and nerves are concerned. So, if you're feeling sort of all tired out and nervous, it could be you're not getting enough of those B vitamins. And just so you won't have to bother with them 3 or 4 times each busy day, the Miles Laboratories developed this single one-a-day brand B complex tablet to give you the full minimum daily supply of all the B vitamins for which requirements have been established. Yes, all in one little pleasant-tasting tablet. What's more, you'll find them low priced, too. A whole month's supply for just 90 cents. That's a name to remember and insist on when you're buying B vitamins. One-a-day brand, vitamin B complex tablet, made by Miles Laboratories. Now, the next question, please, Joe.
All right, Fort. Are you ready, Judge?
Yes.
All right. Now, here is a question from Mrs.
I
Mary.
got 33 and a half.
Here is a question from Mrs. Marion P. Miller of New Orleans about famous Allens. I want you to identify them. The first one is Ethan Allen. Margaret?
Well, he and his Green Mountain Boys cleaned up on the British before and during the Revolutionary War.
That's right. Good for you. All right. How about Alan Adale? Joel?
In the book, it was in the book Robin Hood, and Robin Hood helped Alan Adale win the wife he wanted.
That's right, Joel. Can you tell us something else about him?
Yeah, he was a minstrel.
Uh-huh.
I mean, a minstrel.
That's right. All right, well, thanks very much. Now, wait a minute. I thought there'd be a third part to this question. Another Allen. Oh, but
a juggler. There was a juggler by the name of Allen.
Oh, juggler. Well, I couldn't think
of sort of a lout, if I may.
Well, I really couldn't think of one myself, so I guess we'd better get along here. Now, we're going to have some fun with this question from Arlene Erickson of Bellingham, Washington. She wants you to make up some sentences or expressions using the names of popular brands of soap. Punning is permitted. All right, now let's have some sentences or expressions using the names of popular brands of soap. Margaret?
If I had my way, I would bury him.
Uh-huh. Well,
we're back to Allen again.
Yeah. All right. Very good, Margaret. All right, any more? Ruthie?
You mean the names of the soap?
Yes, you can use the name of the soap.
You're my sweetheart.
Ruthie, that was cute. That was a doozer. Yes, sir, that's all right. Any more? All right, Joel?
I was just going to say that the one Margaret said was not a real verse. It was blank verse.
Blank verse. How about that, Judge? Judge?
Blank verse?
Yes.
Well, I can't agree with Joel.
Oh, you can't?
No.
Well, all right, then. I think we'd...
Not until we get that other argument settled about 33 and a half before I agree with him on this.
All right. Well, I'm for Joel.
I don't understand how I got 33 and a half for that thing.
All right, Margaret?
Well, you could say, it's a blackout. Lux, turn off the light.
Yeah, you could. That's all right. Harvey?
Well, it doesn't have to be any particular brand of soap. Oh, we'll use Palm Olive. Palm Olive for the phosphorescent skin.
Well, that's all right, too. I think Ruthie's really caught on the idea. Now, Ruthie?
There's an ivory statue over there.
An ivory statue. Well, that's all right. Very good. By the way, Judge,
yes?
I said punning is permitted. Would you like to participate in this?
Well, I don't know. I come in contact with soap so little,
Well, Okay, let's get along. Uh-oh, there's a bell. Yes, sirree.
The bell saved me.
You certainly did. Yes, that was the last bell. School time's up. And now it's time for His Honor Judge Benny to demonstrate his jurisprudence.
My what?
Well, Jack, you do have the scores ready.
Oh, the score.
Oh, yeah.
Well, don't rush me. I'm double-checking. Let's see. 5, 5, and 55. Carry over the square peg into the round roof. Still got 33 and a half. Look, Kelly, you're not going to put me in a spot like this. No.
Well, what do you mean, Jack? You're here as the judge, you know, and you're supposed to add the scores and decide which 3 of the 5 quiz kids come back next week.
Oh, I am. Well, listen, Mr. Kelly, the quiz kids are all friends of mine, and the way my scores come out, all 5 of them tied for first place, and they all come back next week.
That's certainly fair, Your Honor. And I know
figure out how he got 34 and 4/7.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do now. We'll have Joel get together with you after the broadcast, Joel, by the way, after the broadcast. Yeah. And then he can explain everything to you, and I'm sure that he will straighten you out on that, I'm sure.
I'd like to have him straighten out how I can save a dime out of my income tax next year. We'll get together later, Joel. We'll
yes, you two fellows get together. Now, as I said before, that was certainly fair of you, Jack, and I know there'll be no appealing your decision. Now, of course, you know we give each quiz kid a $100 denomination war bond from the makers of Alka-Seltzer. These bonds are...
Oh, I was worried there for a minute.
Yeah.
Who gives 100?
The makers of
I thought it was the judge for a moment. I got a little bit there.
Yeah, the children get them.
Oh.
Now, these bonds are to help the children with their future education.
I see.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I don't get anything. No bonds or anything.
No, that's just for the children.
I see. I just come over here for nothing. Well, Joe, that thing, they help our boys on the fighting front for such things as liberty and democracy and freedom of education, which makes possible splendid American youngsters like the quiz.
Thank you very much, Jack. And thank you very, very much for lending us your judicial presence tonight. Yeah. Well, school's over. This is Joe Kelly dismissing the quiz kids class until this same time next Sunday. Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
Good night, Judge Benny.
Good night, teacher.
Listen to the Quiz Kids every Sunday at this same time. Jack Benny appeared on the Quiz Kids program through the courtesy of the General Foods Corporation. This is Fort Pearson speaking.
This program came to you from Chicago. This is the Blue Network.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
That makes life be worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Nick Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing the Academy Award winner, Zippity-Doo-Dah.
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine sunshine heading my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay, Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual, everything is satisfactual, zippity-doo-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day, oh, Mr. my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual, everything is satisfactual, zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and
Tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, since Willoughby's store closed down a month ago, our young hero, Dennis Day, has held several other jobs, but his latest has lasted by far the longest. He started on it yesterday, and the boss told him he could come back today. Of course, the fact that he's his own boss may have had something to do with it. You see, yesterday he invested his entire savings in a used car and became Weaverville's only taxicab company. The cab is now parked at the curb of the Anderson house, and Dennis, glowing with pardonable pride, is showing it to his girlfriend, Mildred.
Oh, boy, isn't she a beauty, Mildred? Isn't she a dream?
Yes, it's very nice, Dennis.
And for only $150. Of course, she doesn't have all the gadgets on her the 48s have.
No, I suppose not. What kind of a car is it?
1923 Essex.
But isn't that a little old, Dennis?
All the cars the man had for $150 were a little old. I took this one because it runs on gasoline.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess the people here will be grateful to have any kind of a taxi cab in town.
Oh, you never saw such gratitude in your life, Mildred. I've had 4 customers so far, and every one of them, when they got to their destinations, they got down on their hands and knees and kissed the ground.
Dennis, are you sure this car's really in good condition?
Oh, just wait till you take a drive in her. Smooth as any car on the market today. Except she rattles a bit when she goes over some obstacle in the road, like the white line.
She rattles when she goes over a white line?
Well, I think I loosened her up a little yesterday when I drove over the top of that tree.
The top of a tree?
Yeah, when I drove out of the used car lot, this tree was lying right across the driveway.
My goodness, Dennis, didn't you see it?
It wasn't there till I started driving out.
Golly, I just hope you don't have a terrible accident someday, Dennis.
Yeah, I hope...
Oh, here come the folks. Morning, Mother, Daddy.
Hello.
Good morning, children.
Well, good morning.
Mother, look, this is Dennis's new taxi cab, see?
So that's what it is. Well, you better keep your eye on it. Today's the day they collect cans and bottles.
Gee, I think this is a beautiful car. Don't you, Mr. Anderson?
Do I, Poopsie?
You certainly don't.
Well, you heard me, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
Come along, Herbert.
Coming, my passionata.
Gee, I don't understand your mother's attitude toward me at all, Mildred. Everybody else thinks I'm wonderful, and I know in my heart they're right.
Oh. Well, don't you worry. She'll change her tune when you start making good money with your taxi cab.
And I will, too. You'll see. I've got a whole campaign mapped out to get a big tip from every one of my fares.
Well, have you really?
Sure. First, I make him as comfortable in the cab as possible. I point out the broken spring in the seat and show him how to sit so the worst he can get is a flesh wound.
Oh, my goodness.
And then as soon as we get going, I give him the crusher, my sob story.
Your sob story?
Sure. I describe a horrible life to him, pour it on until the tears come into his eyes and he pities me from the bottom of his heart. And then if that doesn't break him down, I tell him the story of my life.
Well, I just hope you make a fortune and show my mother, that's all.
Yeah, knocking my car just because it isn't a new one.
Yeah.
I wish I'd have thought of that before. I'd have said to her, you ought to have more respect for age. What if people said mean things to you just because you have... Second thought, maybe it's just as well I didn't. Taxi? Taxi here, mister? Taxi?
At the station.
Oh, it's the only one in town, sir. Hop right in.
Oh, very well. I'm going to the Weaverville Hotel.
Okay. I guess I should have warned you about that, sir, when you slammed the door.
Well, fix it up and let's get going. I'm in a hurry.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll put it up front here with me. Okay, here we... Oh, you better sit a little further over toward the left-hand corner, sir.
The left-hand corner? Why?
Well, there's a loose spring in that seat, and all of a sudden... Boing! And you'll make the rest of the trip by air.
Good heavens.
Okay, here we go. There, comfortable back there? There's a blanket and a hot water bottle on the floor. Now carry a flask of brandy in case we run into a change in the weather.
How far is that hotel from here, anyhow?
Oh, about 6 blocks.
Well, pass back the brandy. I think I'm going to need it.
Here we go. I understand they licked that. Don't worry. I'll have her fixed in no time. Let's see now. What am I going to do? There. So there we are. Okay, we're off.
What was the trouble?
I don't know for sure, but every time she stalls, I just take out a part or two, and that seems to do the...
Great Scott.
Well, we'll be at the hotel within a few minutes. Gee, I guess you'll be the last fare I'll be able to accept today. I have to go over to the hospital this afternoon.
The hospital?
Yeah. To see my poor old mother. They've operated on her 11 times.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah. We think there may be something wrong with her.
You think you've got trouble? My father was in a hospital for 8 years.
He was? Well, you don't know what else happened to us. My brother fell down a flight of stairs and broke both arms.
I lost both my brothers. The house burned down one night with them in it.
How about my sister's child? He has 2 heads.
My sister's child hasn't any. Slipped and fell one day on the trolley car track.
Well, there's my,
Yes?
This time you go first.
Never mind. Aren't we anywhere near that hotel yet?
Oh, it's just a block or so now, and then we'll be... Oh, my goodness. She never shook like this before.
No car ever shook like this before.
I think we got a flat.
How
A flat tire? No, the bottom of the car is flat against the road.
What?
But I'm sure I can fix it in a second.
Never mind. I'll walk the rest of the way.
Oh, but Mr.
I was a fool having to get into this thing in the first place. Of all the stupid clumsy...
Hey, mister, wait! Hey, mister! Forgot his briefcase, too. Papers all over the place. I'd better see if I can't get... Hey, what's this one say? Deed to all land comprising Weaverville County assigned to Martin Joyce by the United States Land Office, April 5th, 1849. Holy smoke, have I got a new landlord? The whole town? Oh, I better look into this. Gosh, Mr. Anderson, does it really mean that this man owns the whole town?
Well, I'd hesitate to say before we see a lawyer, Dennis, but this certainly looks like an official land grant from the United States government.
Yeah?
They did do things like this right after the Mexican War.
What Mexican War?
In 1848, don't you?
1826 was probably over by then.
Well, in any event, we've got to get busy right away. Now, the mayor must be warned immediately.
Yes, sir.
I'll dash over to the bank and make sure that this grant is legal. And meanwhile, you take your car and get down to the mayor's office. Now, drive as fast as you can. Remember, the whole town is at stake.
Oh, don't worry. I'll go even faster than that. I'll walk.
And now, before we go on with his story of a day in the life of Dennis Day, here's our young hero himself to sing Pianissimo.
A melody was played pianissimo. A harmony was so very sweet. I can't remember the name of that song, but I do remember dancing in your arms. And then a voice came through pianissimo with lovely words that seemed to repeat. I love you, darling, but all I recall are the words you whisper dancing in my arms. Pianissimo means soft and low, and soft and low were your sighs. Darling, now I know that tender glow was love shining in your eyes. We stole away, pianissimo, and kissed goodnight while stars danced above. I can't remember the name of that song, but I do recall it helped us fall in love. It helped us fall in love.
Well, our young hero, Dennis Day, found an old government indicates all too clearly that the town of Weaverville belongs not to its citizens, but to the heirs of a man named Martin Joyce. While Mr. Anderson is elsewhere checking the legality of the deed, Dennis has rushed into the mayor's office to inform him of the dire news.
Mister, I gotta see the mayor right away. It's terribly important.
I'm sorry, young man, but the mayor's leaving on a business trip in exactly an hour, and he can't see anyone.
But I gotta see him, I tell you. The owner of Weaverville is gonna take it over.
The owner of Weaverville?
Sure. His family got the place after the Mexican War. I found out about it when I happened to look in the back of the taxi I was driving.
You were driving in this condition?
Mister, I'm not drunk.
I know. I was just being charitable.
Look, the owner of this town is taking the whole thing over under a grant to his family. Please, you gotta believe me. I've dashed all the way through town to warn everyone. Do you want my name?
I know it. It's Paul Revere, isn't it?
No, it's Dennis Day. And I tell you, there's a paper that says this man owns the whole town unless we do something.
Oh? Very well. Let's see this paper.
I left it at the Andersons.
I thought so.
There is one.
You haven't got it.
Don't you understand?
You haven't got it.
Look, that... Oh.
Well?
I haven't got it.
I thought not. And therefore I repeat what I said a moment ago. The mayor is seeing no one today.
But you gotta...
No one.
Pardon me. I'd like to see the mayor, please.
Oh, yes, of course. Go right in.
Thank you.
Gee, I could have sworn that was someone.
It was. That gentleman and let you see the mayor gets $2 for performing marriages.
Oh?
Do you know Mayor Oldsberg?
Yes.
Then you know he'll see them. Never too busy for a marriage or a funeral, our mayor.
Gosh, you mean that... Oh, boy, excuse me. I just had a sudden thought.
I do hope he treats it well. Poor little head.
Mildred, where are you? She's out, Dennis. She went downtown with Herbert.
Oh, my gosh. Look, Mrs. Anderson, I've done lots of little things for you, haven't I? Remember the time you asked me to paint the roof and I did?
Yes. You fell off the ladder and almost broke your neck.
Well, I can't do that. But now there's a little favor you can do for me.
What?
Will you marry me?
Marry you?
Yeah, you see...
Dennis, are you aware that I have a husband? Which makes an already revolting idea absolutely vile.
I don't mean really getting married, Mrs. Anderson. Gee, I know marrying you sounds silly, like a scavenger hunt or something, but...
Dennis!
Oh, gosh, I'm saying it all wrong. But what I mean is, no one can get in to see the mayor unless they're getting married. So I thought we could go down there and pretend we were.
Well, it's about this deed to the town, isn't it? Herbert told me.
Yes, ma'am. We've got to save Weaverville, and I can't get past the mayor's secretary.
He won't see anyone unless they're getting married.
Well, I did hear of one other way, but I just don't feel up to it.
Well, beauty to save Weaverville. How about the blood test and everything?
Oh, they'll know at a glance that you have plenty. Come on, let's grab the deed and get right down there.
The deed? But Herbert's got it. He took it to the bank.
Oh, my gosh. The mayor won't believe us without it any more than his secretary did.
Well, Herbert should be back very soon.
But the mayor might leave town any minute. We'll have to leave a note telling Mr. Anderson to rush right down to the mayor's office with the deed. Meanwhile, you and I'll stall the mayor off and keep delaying the ceremony until Mr. Anderson arrives.
My goodness, do you think we can?
We'd better. If we don't, we're liable to get pronounced man and wife.
Good heavens. I think I'm going to be sick.
Oh, don't worry. It couldn't stand up in court. It isn't legal for a woman to be re-poopsied. Now, remember, Mrs. Anderson, we got to put this over. Act kind of coy and fuss like a bride. Try to seem beaten and dejected like a bridegroom. Come on. Hello? We want to see the mayor and be married right away.
Very well. What? You again?
Yeah, this girl and I want to get married.
What girl? Oh, you mean this is the bride right here?
Yeah, there was nobody else home.
I don't understand that, and I congratulate myself for it. Are you quite sure you're serious about this marriage?
Oh, sure. I'll say we are. Aren't we, honey? We're madly in love with each other. We've been engaged for quite some time. And now we want to get married.
You know, I have a feeling you belong together. And now may I have your names, please?
Dennis Day and Clara Anderson. I'm Dennis Day.
I never would have guessed. Now then, your birthplace, please, Miss Anderson.
Chicago.
Your age?
39.
You too? What's the matter with Illinois? Don't they count the first 20 years?
Just put down 39 years.
Very well. Your age and birthplace, Mr. Day?
22 and a Chevrolet.
Chevrolet?
Yeah, Daddy picked a horrible time to run out of gas.
I see. And now one last question, which I simply dread asking. Has there ever been any insanity in either of your families?
No.
Thank you. There are times down here at the License Bureau when we just hold our breath. Now I'll tell the mayor you're here. Your Honor, there's a couple out here who want to get married.
Well, send them in and hurry. I haven't much time.
Go right in, folks. I'll follow and be the witness.
Dennis, what shall we do? There's still no sign of Herbert with that paper.
Well, just keep stalling. Anything we can think of. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Oh, well, good day, my friend. I'm in a bit of a hurry, but I guess you won't mind that, eh? Now, then, if you two will stand right here. Oh, that's fine. We'll begin the ceremony. Dear friends, we are gathered...
Oh, wait a minute. I just happened to think. I forgot the ring.
Oh, that's all right, my boy. I have a whole drawer full right here for just such cases.
Boy.
Here you are. Now then, dear friends...
Oh, wait. I can't get married yet. I have no bouquet. A bride has to have a bouquet.
Yeah, she certainly does, my dear. And here's a whole vase full of flowers. Just help yourself.
Oi.
Now then, dear friends...
Stop the ceremony.
Now what's wrong?
I don't feel I'm ready yet. Let's have a man-to-man talk.
Why, this is getting ridiculous. I told you I was in a hurry. Do you want to get married or don't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right. Then repeat after me. I, Dennis, take Clara.
I beg your pardon?
I said I, Dennis, take Clara.
If you take her, what do I get?
I don't take her. You take her.
Okay, I'll take her.
Wait till I ask you.
You're the one that's in such a hurry.
Please. Will you, Dennis, have this woman?
He tells me I'm delaying things.
To be your lawfully wedded wife. To live together.
Some nerve.
In a state of wedded nerve. Oh! Will you, Dennis, have this state to... will you state have this woman, Dennis?
I'll tell you what. You stand here and I'll read it.
You do nothing of the kind. Oh, I've had enough of this. Now get out of here, the two of you.
But, Your Honor...
Get out. I'm not here to...
Good afternoon, everybody.
Gee, just like the United States Marines.
I'm glad I'm in time. Your Honor, I want you to look at this paper this young man found in his tax.
I don't want to look at anything at this. Why, great Scott. Why, this is the Joyce deed. We've been looking high and low for this. Now we can send someone to Washington to get it set aside.
Gosh, you knew about it?
Why, of course we knew about it. My boy, you've saved this town. You're the hero. Why, how can we ever repay you?
Well, you might try money.
Try money? Oh, we'll do better than that. We'll send you to Washington to fight this thing. Would you like to go?
Oh, you bet. I've got a cousin up there in Seattle.
Oh. This is Washington, D.C.
Oh, that place.
Now, listen. This has got to be kept very secret.
Uh-huh.
Joyce wants that paper back. And if he sees you getting on a train, he'll know... Wait a minute, I've got it.
Huh?
We'll send someone with you, and the two of you can pretend to be a honeymoon couple.
But gosh, who can we get?
Don't look at me. I've gone as far as I'm going.
We can't let anyone else in on the secret.
Well, how about Mildred? She knows already.
Absolutely not.
But gosh, there isn't anyone else who knows except...
Hello, honey bunch.
Hello, love bundle. Ladies and gentlemen, next week my entire cast and I will be broadcasting directly from Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C., where we've been asked to officially open the American Cancer Society's 1948 drive. I'll be back in just a minute to sing Schubert's Ave Maria, but first...
Grand news, wonderful news. Now Luster Cream Shampoo comes in tubes as well as jars. Yes, Luster Cream, the utterly new cream shampoo that gives you soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, whichever you prefer, 49 and 25 cents. But whether you prefer the tube or the jar, you will prefer Luster Cream Shampoo. Be a dream girl. A lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. Hair that gleams and glistens from a Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
As the Lenten season draws to a close, here's Dennis with Charles Dant and the orchestra to sing Schubert's Ave Maria, sung as only Dennis Day can sing it. Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show, broadcast from Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C., brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Transcribed.
Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Coleman.
And Benita Coleman.
On behalf of our sponsors, the brewers of Schlitz Beer, we welcome you back to another school year on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget though we depart far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA, which is still in the throes of settling down to the academic year. The professors are still scanning new faces for signs of concealed intelligence. The football coaches and the co-eds are estimating the approximate number of attempted passes in the coming season. And the Board of Governors is rechecking its list of wealthy alumni. Object, sentimental extortion. As Ivy's president, Dr. William Todhunter Hall, says to his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the London stage, at this time of the year, I feel like the director of the mint, taking in raw metal to be turned out as coin of the realm, stamped to a certain pattern, but put to a million various uses. At least that's what he intends to say as soon as she gets off the telephone.
Well, I'd simply love to, Eddie. But let's wait till school settles down a bit, shall we? Oh, no, darling, I'm sure he won't mind. I know a few days in New York with you would be wonderful fun. Well, come over for lunch Friday. We'll talk about it. Yes. Bye, Eddie. Hello, Toddy, dear. I was wondering when you... what's the matter?
Oh, nothing, really. I was simply wondering how I could pry into your affairs long enough to learn who Eddie is.
Eddie?
Eddie. Whom you are sure I won't mind if you spend a few days in New York with. If you'll pardon the atrocious sentence structure.
The Eddie I was just talking to. Edwina Carrington, Professor Carrington's wife, Eddie Carrington.
Oh. Yeah, yes, I thought it must be she.
You thought nothing of the kind, you handsome green-eyed monster, you. You were teetering, my love, on the brink of jealousy.
I was not teetering. The word indicates a certain lack of control. No, I was gathering myself for a plunge right into it.
Well, how'd the morning go, darling?
Oh, it passed in the familiar welter of unnecessary confusion. The usual autumnal kaleidoscope.
Kaleidoscope? For colorful, you mean?
No, I mean the scope of every operation seems to collide with all the others.
Oh, well, you're never happier than when your telephone's ringing, your door is flying open, your desk is shoulder high with the... Well, you better answer it, yes. Probably a crisis of some kind. As the comedian said to Clyde Beatty, gird up your lions, boy.
I hope it's something really devastating and crucial. I'm tired of puny, picayune little problems, not worthy of me. Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Hall. Oh, yes, Professor. Oh, I see. Well, don't take it too much to heart, Professor. This is just the warm-up period, you know. Oh, yes, by all means, please do. I'll be here.
Got a nice juicy one, Doctor.
Well, I don't quite know. That was Professor Waldeck, new this year.
What particular brand of information does he strive to impart to the eager, it says here, student?
Genetics. Genetics.
Oh, well, ask a silly question, get a silly answer, I always say. What is Professor Waldeck's trouble?
Oh, let's wait and hear it from him. He's coming right over now. Now, what were we talking about?
About how glad you were to be back.
Well, I am glad to be back, in spite of such a splendid summer. Well, we saw a lot of country, didn't we?
It's positively frightening. How on earth can a country as large as the United States be run by a little town way over on the edge of it? And why isn't the capital in the middle someplace? Incidentally, where is the middle?
Geographically, in central Kansas.
Yeah, but Washington, D.C. must be 2,000 or 3,000 miles away from it. It doesn't seem reasonable.
Oh, the explanation is simple, my darling. The residents of Washington, D.C. do not vote. Politicians feel much more comfortable having offices in a community where the citizens have no ballot. It's restful. But, how would you like to do more American exploring next summer?
More? You mean we didn't see all of it?
We didn't see a tenth of it. Personally, I'd like to continue the tour. I was tremendously interested in talking to people along the way. Interested and, I must admit, a little disturbed.
Well, then why do it again if it disturbs you?
Let's call it an urge for diagnosis. I want to see in what degree the brassy courage, the inherent confidence, the spit-in-your-eye independence of our hickory-shirted ancestors has disappeared.
Think it has disappeared?
Not necessarily, but it's symptomatic when a free-born American citizen fears to sign a test copy of the Constitution of the United States for fear that it might be used against him.
Oh, dear, that old hammer and sickle. So symbolic, making hay with the sickle while they knock down the barn with the hammer.
Yeah, we should face our collective fears. It's too bad we can't be psychoanalyzed on a national scale.
Can't get a big enough couch, for one thing.
Just look at us. Leading the world industrially. Possessing unlimited resources in men, material, ingenuity, and inventiveness. Wealthy beyond measure. Mighty in everything but self-confidence. Looking tremulously over our shoulders at a paranoiac nation which is so internally insecure that it requires 2 secret policemen for every citizen. which maintains slave labor of so many millions that it dare not turn its back on them, or even admit their existence, which forbids contact of its people with free countries for fear of their enlightenment and desertion. How on earth can we, a nation of gifted poker players, be bluffed so long with such an obviously busted flush? That's what I want to...
Well, now, before we answer the door, dear, what's a busted flush?
Well, as a totalitarian example, 4 long-handled spades and a heavy club.
Yes, but what if they do start a war?
Well, then we'll fight, my dear, but not from under our beds. And I think this must be Professor Valdek. Excuse me. Professor Valdek.
Dr. Hall?
Come in.
Good of you to see me.
Delighted to see you. Victoria, this is Professor Valdek. Professor, my wife.
Hello, Professor. Do sit down.
It is a great pleasure, Mrs. Hall. Several people have had the temerity to try to describe you to me. They should go back to the School of Speech and brush up on eloquence.
Well, thank you. That's very nice.
You seem to be fairly well qualified yourself, Professor. But what is it that has you so disturbed?
An incident which occurred in my class today. In the middle of my lecture, a student became greatly upset, very emotional, left his books and notes and went out. I cannot think what I might have said to offend him. It was a lecture which I've given many times, and never have I had such a reaction.
Well, maybe it wasn't emotional at all. 4 jelly donuts for breakfast can get pretty disturbing.
No, madame. Of the emotional reaction, I am sure. The boy was quite distressed.
Well, who was the student, Professor? Did you check?
Immediately after class. He is Bradford Brooks Bradford the First.
Oh, I know him. He's a nice boy, a little over-mannered, if such a thing is possible, but nice. Pioneer Chicago family.
Well, why didn't you get in touch with young Bradford and ask him what was wrong, Professor?
I tried. I could not reach him. At the fraternity house, they said he was packing his trunk, was leaving, did not wish to see anyone.
Well, he must have been upset. He never seemed that flighty to me. Very solid scene design under dramatic production. Professor, what was your lecture about?
On the Mendelian laws, inheritance of dominant and recessive characteristics. Quite prosaic and certainly not clinical enough to disturb the most sensitive.
Seems very strange. Why not let me locate Bradford, if I can, and see what touched off the explosion? I'm sure you're not at fault.
Well, thank you. If you can substantiate that, I shall feel a great deal better.
Well, don't you worry about it. My husband has a knack for straightening these things out.
Oh, please, darling, not a knack. Whether that's to class my gift for conciliation with that of carving ships in bottles, or dancing the samba with a full glass of water on top of my head. Knack, indeed. It's a rare talent, highly developed.
You ever see a man take so many bows before the curtain went up?
Do you know what my father used to say, Professor? He used to say, Bill... my name is William.
Yes, I know.
Bill, he'd say... A man must neither be praised nor censured for any endowments he may or may not possess. For these he is not responsible. Honor or disparage him rather for his attainments. For these he may claim the credit or must admit the lack.
How true.
You know, dear, I'm sure your father was a very wise man, but I sometimes suspect that the remarks you credit him with are just the things he would have said if you hadn't thought of them first.
In this case, I admit that possibility. Vicky, please see if you can get Bradford on the phone, will you?
October. That invigorating crispness in the air, the silent white clouds and the clean blue sky. The beauty of nature in its thousands of shades of flame color. Hayrack rides, long walks in the woods, the wonderful scent of burning leaves.
And football games.
Oh, yes, football games.
I love football. But you know, at Ivy home games, I have to watch the last few minutes of play standing on tiptoes at the nearest exit, ready to dash for the parking lot. But I don't mind. You see, I settled here in Ivy after I got out of school, married, bought a home, and every year on football weekends, Martha's and my old classmates and friends come back. It's gotten to be a tradition, our open house after the game. And that's why I stand at the exit to see the last of the football game. I have to hurry home to see that everything's ready for our friends. Cold cuts, plenty of dark rye bread, pickles, cheese, potato chips, and naturally Schlitz beer. Incidentally, last week we had an especially big crowd, and Professor Wilson, my neighbor, loaned me his children's plastic wading pool. We filled it with ice and Schlitz bottles, and the open house was a swell success. But that was expected. Good friends, good food, and the mighty good taste of Schlitz beer. You know, a glass of beer just naturally tastes good on special occasions like our open houses, but I've discovered that whenever a beer would taste good, Schlitz beer tastes best. Of course, that's just my opinion.
Well, your opinion and the opinion of millions of other people like you, too. So many people like the taste of Schlitz beer. It's first in sales in the USA. Why don't you, too, make a point of always enjoying the most popular beer in history? Next time, every time, ask for Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Surround us here
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find President and Mrs. Hall awaiting the arrival of Bradford Brooks Bradford, the student who left Professor Valdek's genetics class in an unexplained flurry of emotion.
You say you've met young Bradford, Victoria?
He's a nice boy, a little supercilious in a well-mannered way. Crew cut, meticulously dressed. Hey, by the way, why crew?
I beg your pardon, darling?
Crew cut. Why is it called crew cut?
I presume because a college rowing team started using short haircuts to cut down wind resistance. And keep their forelocks from obstructing their view of the coxswain. Flinging back an errant cowlick 40 strokes from the finish line would certainly be no help to the rhythm. Unless, of course, the entire crew tossed their heads in unison. But then it might look to the spectators like a mass tantrum.
Thank you. One reason I love you, dear, is that you always have an answer.
Well, I try. If I lack authentic information, I find simple logic quite helpful. Incidentally, this summer I found another reason why I love you.
Did you?
It suddenly occurred to me what a wonderful instinct you have for companionship.
You mean I don't yakety-yak all the time?
That's part of it. I remember that for 107 miles across the state of Utah, you uttered just 13 words. You said, "Did you know, dear, that we've been out of gas for some time?"
I didn't say that until we were going downhill with the filling station at the bottom.
You were wonderful, wonderful. You're one of those rare women who respect a man's occasional need for solitude. I don't think women, constitutionally, are equipped to cope with it.
Oh, yes, they are. But personally, I love solitude, particularly if I'm with you.
Yeah, thank you. What I mean is that men, like little boys, must run away from home now and then. It's a compulsion. Oh, they may just go out and pitch a few golf balls, whip some stream in which no trout has been caught in local memory, or just lock the door and string paper clips together. But most women don't understand this. But then I can't recall that history has ever recorded the name of a female hermit.
No, Catherine of Russia and Cleopatra and Helen of Troy were quite social, as I remember it. But so, as you say...
That's probably Bradford. Excuse me, darling. Mr. Wellman, please come in.
Can't stay but a moment, Dr. Hall. Only a moment. I just want to say good afternoon, Mrs. Hall, that I just heard about Bradford, and I want you to know...
Good afternoon, Mr. Wellman.
Afternoon, Mrs. Hall. That Bradford Brooks Senior is a very dear friend of mine. Comes from a fine Chicago family, ancestors boarded from the Indians and all that. And that this boy is permitted to leave Ivy College and all the money he has so generously donated in the past. I mean, his father and his father's father, all Ivy alumni, it must not be permitted. Is that clear, Dr. Hall?
Well, I must admit to having heard statements which were finer examples of clarity, Mr. Wellman.
Indeed. I didn't think it would be necessary to diagram. Dramadiagram. Look, if this boy is allowed to...
Mr. Wellman.
What is it? Mrs. Hall.
If what you're trying to say is that we must make every effort to find out what has happened and, if possible, keep young Bradford as a student, well, I'm sure Dr. Hall couldn't agree with you more.
Of course, influence and connections are not necessary to enlist my help, Mr. Wellman. This is my job.
Yeah, he likes it, too. He flushes trouble out of the bushes like a bird dog.
Please don't misunderstand me. I was merely trying to...
Did you know, Mr. Wellman, that I am one of your admirers?
Well, don't just stare at him, Mr. Wellman. It was a compliment.
I know, but what did I mean, I wasn't aware that this comes as a complete... What was that you said, Doctor?
I said I was one of your admirers.
That's what I thought you said.
As chairman of the Board of Governors, Mr. Wellman, your primary function is to keep this institution in a state of solvency. Our solid financial status at present is largely a tribute to the grim and resolute manner in which you pursue and capture the wily contributor. I admire any man who has a task to perform and acquits himself well.
Well, my goodness. Thank you. But
So, the fiscal responsibility being yours and the educational responsibility being mine, I suggest that we each stay within our respective preserves. I'll handle the younger Bradford. You go and extract a stadium from the elders.
In other words, Dr. Hall, I'm to mind my own business.
Oh, no, yes.
Very well. I guess I sort of admire you, too, Dr. Hall. Any employee, and don't ever forget you are one, any employee who has the
visceral integrity?
I was thinking of a shorter word. Yes, the visceral integrity to tell the chairman of the board to mind his own business is, let me know what happens. That stadium of yours isn't a bad idea. Good day, Mr. Paul.
Well, now that he's had a pat on the head, he'll go and work harder than ever for donations. Sort of wagging his toil, as it were, you know.
No. Wagging his toil.
Yes.
Vicky, my love.
I suppose that's Clarence back for another kind word?
No, Clarence is much too astute to expect it twice in one day, from me at least.
Well, in that case, I'll let Mr. Bradford in. Hello, Brad. Come in, please.
Well, thanks, Mrs. Hall. Dr. Hall here?
Yes, I'm expecting you. Brad, I don't think you've ever met Dr. Hall.
Ah, welcome to the powerhouse, Bradford.
Thank you, sir.
Sit down. Now, can I get you gentlemen something cold and wet or something hot and fragrant?
Not for me, thank you, Mrs. Hall. And don't leave on my account.
Oh, yes, it might help to have another opinion. Although what there is to have an opinion about, I'm sure I don't know. Professor Valdek seems to think he said something either disturbing or offensive to you in his class.
Oh, it wasn't his fault, sir. I'm sure it was just a routine lecture, but, well, it gave me a bad shock.
In what way?
Well, I suddenly discovered I'm a phony. I've been masquerading all my life. Bradford Brooks Bradford III. A lot of malarkey. I don't know who I am. I'm suddenly Nameless Joe, the doorstep kid.
I'm afraid this is a little beyond my comprehension. Exactly what was it in the lecture which led you to this sudden loss of identity?
You know the Mendelian law, Dr. Hall.
Yes, a natural law which relates to the inheritance of certain characteristics worked out by Gregor Johann Mendel, the Austrian biologist.
Born 1822, died 1884.
Yes, but... Why, Vicky, how did you...
Well, I looked it up this afternoon.
Oh.
Go on, Brad.
Well, I've always been rather proud of my family, Dr. Hall. Being Bradford Brooks Bradford was important to me, and I don't think I'm a snob either.
Oh, of course not. There's a certain proper pride in good stock and good breeding if you try to live up to it.
Well, that's what I mean, sir. My family were Mayflower stock.
Well, I'm glad to meet one of our passengers. My ancestors built the boat.
Thanks for the ride, Mrs. Hall. Anyway, this morning, that was all shot out from under me. According to Professor Valdek and Mendel, 2 parents with clear blue eyes, a recessive characteristic, cannot have a child with brown eyes.
Ah, clear blue eyes. Yes, quite rare. Very few people have clear blue eyes.
I know, Dr. Hall, but it happens that both of my parents have them. Now, sir, will you look at my eyes? Brown, aren't they? Do you understand what that means?
Oh, I can see the possibility that you were adopted.
Yes, adopted. A waif. It's a kind of a poke in the teeth, Doctor, to be somebody all these years, a member of a distinguished family, a man with a background and everything, and then suddenly discover that you're a nobody, a foundling. Now I got to go home and find out just who and what I am.
Why?
Why? Well, Mrs. Hall, how can you ask why? I've just explained.
Excuse me, Bradford.
Sir?
I think Mrs. Hall's question, brief as it was, is quite pertinent. You know who you are, apparently. You're the adopted son of the Bradfords of Chicago, who took you and cared for you all these years because they wanted you and loved you. Have you ever had the feeling that they were not your real parents?
Of course not. That's why this is such a shock.
Well, then that pretty well shows the affection they have for you, doesn't it? As far as they're concerned, you are Bradford Brooks Bradford.
In this case, the biological aspect is a recessive characteristic. It becomes an academic matter entirely. You see, in present-day adoptions, it's the usual custom, I believe, to inform the child of his adoption at the earliest possible time.
I know,
but does the fact that it was not the custom at the time of your adoption, does that justify your confronting your foster parents and challenging them, accusing them?
Well, I don't know.
Now, that's about who you are, Brad. Now, let's take what you are.
All right. What am I?
Well, the answer to that's quite obvious. You're a healthy, good-looking young man with pleasant manners, and, I'm told, a genuine talent for stage design. Do you realize what an opportunity you have to further distinguish the name of Bradford by means of your own ability and character?
You mean that, really?
Well, I can think of no greater satisfaction than to bring a little added glory to the names of the people who have given you so much. Blue eyes or brown eyes, what does the color matter when they are filled with love and pride?
You certainly make it seem kind of unimportant that I was adopted.
It is unimportant, Brad. Don't be a happy little descendant. Be a big, proud ancestor.
I'd like to say one more thing. Mrs. Hall and I spent the summer touring America. A great country, Brad. It was built by great people, including the Bradfords. You know what made them great? The spirit of freedom and independence and a disregard for binding tradition. Daniel Boone, Davy Crockett, Kit Carson, Lewis and Clark, who were their families? Who knows? Who cares? They were individuals with the greatest heritage possible, a heritage of courage and initiative. They made their own names, and in doing so, they made a nation. Oh, it's a little late for you to find a new Oregon Trail, Bradford, or make a fortune in buffalo hides. But the chance you have of making the third Bradford Brooks Bradford a great name in the world is spread right out before you. Are you going to take it?
Yes. Yes, sir, I'm going to take it. Thank you.
No, don't thank me, my boy. Thank those kind and generous people who sent you here, the Bradfords, who invested their good name and faith in what begins to look like a gilt-edged security.
Well, I'm glad you think so, sir. I think I'll get back and unpack. I got to earn some dividends on that security. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Brad.
Toddy.
Yes, Vicky?
I'd like to be in Chicago someday when Bradford's parents call him in and tell him he's an adopted child, and hear him say, "Oh, yes, I've known that for a long time."
Well, I think that now he's looking forward to that day himself, and I'm glad that with your help, my darling, we managed to change his point of view. There's an old Irish proverb which just about covers the situation. God never shuts one door, but he opens another.
The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, has been presented by Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. The taste of Schlitz, the taste that so many people like so much, has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. Why don't you, too, enjoy the most popular beer in history? Next time, every time, ask for Schlitz beer. Now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everybody.
Good night from all of us and our sponsor, the Brewers of Schlitz Beer. Join us again next week here on Ivy Campus, won't you? Good night.
Good night.
Next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield. Also in our cast were Lou Merrill and Victor Perrin. Tonight's script was written by Ted Rosnack and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who invite you to enjoy the Schlitz Playhouse of Stars on television with the brightest names of Hollywood and Broadway. See your newspaper for time and channel. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today. And
presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Dee Benadera, Jill Walker, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
Starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
One of the biggest foreign stars to sweep the country these days is James Mason. When a James Mason picture is showing, everybody drops their tea and crumpets and runs to the movies. And so it is in Mel Blanc's little town. The local movie house is crowded, and in the orchestra we hear Sally Brown saying to Joe Howard,
"Oh, Joe, when he said to her, 'You have the most adorable lips in the world,' did that make you think of anything?"
I wanted to kiss you, of course.
And in the loges, Shirley Davis says to Jerry Cooper,
"Jerry, when he said, 'Darling, I could hold you in my arms forever,' did that make you think of anything?"
I thought of holding you in my arms, naturally.
And in the balcony, where Mel Blanc has been sitting with his girl, Betty Colby, Betty is saying,
"Mel, when he said, 'Darling, how I've hungered for you. Oh, I could eat you up alive,' did that make you think of anything?"
It sure did, Betty. I'm going to get another bag of popcorn.
Well, Romantic Mel got his popcorn, Betty got bored, and now we find them leaving the movie.
Oh, gosh, that was wonderful. Now, what did you like best about the movie tonight?
Getting in before the prices changed?
No, I mean James Mason. Oh, what a lover. Did you see the way he hit Ann Todd with his cane? Oh, that's real love.
What kind of love is that? All he does is beat women. He hits them all the time.
He only makes $100,000 a year.
Probably gets paid by the lump. Why should he want to act in pictures? He can retire and sell Band-Aids.
You're just jealous.
Oh, those English movies. Everybody's so nonchalant. The hero comes in and says to his wife, "Darling, I've just shot your mother and father. Would you care for a cup of tea?" And she says, "With cream, please. Are they dead?" And he says, "Quite." And she says, "What else is new?"
You're exaggerating.
Oh, I am not. Betty, if you want to see some real English acting, wait until you see me tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm playing a lover, just like James Mason in a play I wrote for Mrs. Grimes. And she's putting it on tomorrow for her favorite charity. That's when you'll really see. Hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Mr. Colby. Hello, Mel. I'll bet you took Betty to the movies tonight. Yeah. How did you know, Mr. Colby?
Well, before Betty left the house, she asked me for 50 cents.
Only 50 cents? Betty, what did you get the other 50 cents from me?
Oh, you nincompoop.
Oh, careful how you talk to me, Mr. Colby. I'm going to be famous. Tomorrow night, I'm acting in a play I wrote for Mrs. Grimes' charity.
You mean that silly banker Grimes' wife is going to put on a play you wrote?
Yes, and when the people see how much better I am than James Mason, I'm sure to get some offers from Hollywood. Who knows? After tomorrow's show, I may be working for Paramount.
No.
Sounds like you're working for MGM.
Listen, Mel, if you so much as get one Hollywood offer, I'll let you marry Betty. How's that?
Why, that's wonderful, Mr. Colby. Thanks.
He thinks he's really going to get an offer. Come along, Betty. I don't want you to be seen walking along the street with a moron.
Well, if you take the back alleys, Mr. Colby, nobody will notice.
What? Oh, come along, Betty.
Goodbye, Mel.
Bye, Betty. So I won't get an offer, huh? What's so tough about acting like James Mason? Emily, Dell, where have you been? All you need is an English accent and indigestion. I think I'll walk back to my fix-it shop.
Oh, Melvin.
Oh, it's Mrs. Grimes herself. Hello, Mrs. Grimes. Say, how's the play coming? You look excited about something.
Oh, I am, Melvin. I feel as though I was soaring on fleecy clouds. My feathers ruffled in the breeze, my wings spreading. Ooh, I'm a bird.
Well, pull up a statue and sit down. Tell me, what's on your mind?
Oh, I'm so happy I could burst into song. Oh, and I'm calling you.
With calls like that, no wonder there's a telephone strike.
Your answer true.
If I ever gave her a true answer, she'd shoot herself.
Melvin, stop interrupting. I'm singing the Indian love call.
The Indian love call? No wonder they're a vanishing race. Say, Mrs. Grimes, what are you so excited about?
Oh, Melvin, I have the most wonderful news. James Mason himself is coming to act in your play tomorrow night.
James Mason? But what about me? I didn't write a play for him.
Oh, Melvin, don't be ridiculous. You can't compare yourself with James Mason. But don't worry. I've written a part for you. You're going to be a Chinese detective.
Chinese detective?
Mm-hmm. Well, Melvin, I'm not sure.
You're not kidding.
I'm calling you.
How do you like that, a Chinese detective? Well, I'll have to be so good I'll still get a Hollywood offer and marry Betty. Let's see, James Mason. To be or not to be, whether 'tis nobler... No, that's no good. Got to start practicing my new part.
Oh, tooth-ticky or not a tooth-ticky? Whether 'tis nobler to wash your laundry or make it shirty. Oh, whatever.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate's tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and listen to the Mockingbird.
I'm dreaming now of Hallie, sweet Hallie, sweet Hallie. I'm dreaming now of Hallie, for the thought of her is one that never dies.
She's sleeping in the valley, the valley, the valley.
She's sleeping in the valley, and the mockingbird is singing where she lies. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to the mockingbird. The mockingbird's still singing o'er her grave. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to the mockingbird. Still singing where the weeping willows wave. Listen to the mockingbird. Listen to that bird. He's a singing and a mocking and a reeling and a rocking o'er her grave. Mocking of the mockingbird. He's a singing and a mocking where the weeping willows wave. Listen to the singing and the mocking and the reeling and the rocking of the mockingbird. Dreaming now of sweet Hallie, sweet Hallie, she's sleeping in the mockingbird is singing for her grave. The mockingbird.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. Poor Mel is a very disappointed lad. He was to have acted the leading role in a play he wrote for Mrs. Grimes' favorite charity, but she secured the services of James Mason. Now Mel's dreams of Hollywood fame were shattered. And to add to Mel Blanc's misery, who should come along into his fix-it shop but the town beau Brummel, Hartley Benson.
Hello, Hartley. Hot, isn't it?
Naturally, with thousands of women carrying the torch for great big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, boy, I'm so divine every inch, I could give myself a pinch.
Hardly the way you talk, you'd think every woman in the country was nuts about you.
Form your own conclusion, Mel, but I'm the only man in the country who was given a lifetime membership in the YWCA.
Oh, Hartley, you and your stories. You're not such a big man with the women.
Oh, no. A botanist at Harvard recently reported that the birds and the bees tell their children about me. So you see, Mel, I'm essential to every young bird.
So are worms.
Oh, that does it. Oh, you exasperate me. In fact, I'm so I could parade. It makes me very happy to deliver this message. Mrs. Grimes has been unable to obtain James Mason, and your play is on.
What?
That's right. No play. Well, I shall be going. I'm so pretty to see, I shall whistle at me. Hello, boy. Nice seeing me.
What a character. He's the only person in the world who has a marriage license with his name signed in both places. Gosh, no play. I'm ruined.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, great and loyal zebra. How is your fellow voyager on the sea of matrimony?
Mel, if you mean my wife, the word is irrigation ditch. Perhaps she's more of a cross between a water pump and a ditch. Sort of a witch.
But a witch is someone who flies around in the dead of night on an old broom.
Mel, have you ever noticed that our broom has a bicycle seat on it?
Well, if you feel like that, how come you married your wife in the first place?
Mel, it was the third place. I escaped from the first two.
Oh, come now.
All right, Mel, you're right. I'm making things up. When I first married my wife, she had the complexion of a budding rose.
And now?
Withered soup green. Mine was a California wedding, Mel. There I stood under the orange blossoms, marrying the smudge pot. I should have known I was condemned.
Well, how come?
Well, the night before the wedding, her father said I could have anything I wanted to eat. What a woman. Another day I was in the kitchen cooking a seafood dinner. My wife looked at the pot of boiling water and she said, "Come on, John, don't just stand there. Throw in the old crab." Gad, what a temptation. Well, I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
Well, think how badly I feel, mighty potentate. Mrs. Grimes is calling off my play because she can't get James Mason.
Mel, I heard about that, but why should you be worried? Why don't you impersonate him?
Yeah, why didn't I think of that? How come you thought of the idea of impersonating a man who beats up women?
Mel, you're speaking of my lifelong ambition. Well, good luck, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Oh, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see Smash Up, or I can go home and look at the wreck I married to. So long, Mel.
Gee, that's a wonderful idea you gave me. I'll play the James Mason part and the Chinese detective. I better send Zuki over to tell Mrs. Grimes before she does anything else. Oh, Zuki! Zuki!
But, Zuki, do you think Mel is good enough to impersonate James Mason?
Sure, Mrs. Sure, Toots. Mel is just as handsome. He's just as handsome. He's as good good. He's as attracted to. Well, they both wear pants.
Well, do you think I should give Mel a chance?
Oh, you won't regret it, Mrs. Grimes. When Mel comes out for the final curtain, they'll give him an Oscar. They'll give him an Academy Award. They'll give him a special. They'll give him. Has anybody got a ripe tomato?
Now, Zuki, this is a serious matter. I want you to say, Mrs. Grimes, it is my honest, unbiased, and unprejudiced opinion that Mel cannot fail in his characterization of James Mason.
Okay. Mrs. Grimes, it is my honest, unbiased, and unprejudiced opinion that Mel cannot fail in his characterization of James Mason.
Why, Zuki!
Oh, what I said!
Ladies and gentlemen and friends, as you know, Mel Blanc has written a play for our charity. Tonight he's going to play the part of James Mason and the Chinese detective. So, it is with pleasure that we now present Mel's mystery play entitled Murder During the Music Lesson, or Who Shot the Soprano in the Middle of Her Repertoire? my James. I feel he doesn't love me anymore. We're drifting apart. He hasn't given me a concussion all week. Ah, there he is. Oh, James, there you are. My arms have been waiting for you. My lips have been waiting for you. Speak to me. Speak. Speak.
Leave me, cornucopia. Stop groveling at my feet.
Oh, but I love you.
Oh, stop it. You're spoiling my shine.
James, where were you last night?
What's the use of pretending?
You mean...
Yes, I was out beating another woman.
Well, I still love you. My heart is with you wherever you go. When you go to work, I'm with you. When you go hunting, I'm with you. When you go for a walk, I'm with you.
Well, I'm going to the Turkish bath tonight. Top that. Cornucopia, forget me. Marriage is out of the question. I don't want to be tied down to any one woman.
Oh, but my mother is giving me a dowry of $1 million.
Get the rope.
Oh, I'm so happy. My beloved, shower me with kisses. Shower me. Shower me.
Come now, don't you think you're old enough to take your own shower?
Oh, I'm so happy. I shall ring the butler for some tea.
You ring, madam.
Yes, bring some tea. You know, James, I have a feeling of doom.
So have I. So have I. Oh, stop it already.
Madam.
Yes, Burroughs.
A terrible tragedy has occurred. Your mother has been shot. Tea is served.
Oh, this is terrible. Burroughs, send for Charlie Chan, the detective. And Burroughs?
Yes, madam.
Make mine with lemon.
Madam, the detective.
Ah, watch for the day, the 7th of May. Oh, me come a lot way. Chop, chop.
Tell me, are you Charlie Chan?
Oh, no, he can't come. Me, Charlie Chan's brother, Charlie Horse. Chop, 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 chop. What's up, Doc?
My mother has been shot. Care for some tea?
Yes.
Sugar.
1 lump.
Crumpet.
1 crump. Most unusual case I ever seen. Lady dead 2 hours, apartment not rented yet. Remind me of mystery radio program, the one about Leo DeRosa.
Mystery radio program about Leo DeRosa? What's that?
Suspended. Oh, that's a very cute joke, very clever, timely. Yeah. No. Bring in a butler. Where's a butler? Butler!
Sure I am, sir.
Oh, butler, where was you on night of May 12th, 1950?
But 1950 isn't sure yet.
Very weak alibi. Did you see lady shot?
No, I couldn't. The gun I was shooting was in front of my eyes.
Oh, front of your eyes. That clears you then.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but bring in Sir James. And no one get away from Charlie Horse. And last week we captured Frenchie, the killer. Him got chair. Yeah, Frenchie Fry. Sir James, I wish to interrogate you.
Lost you, no one can interrogate me.
Oh, me no like you. As honorable ancestors say to cross-eyed monsieur, you rub me wrong way. Well, I basically very sorry. I mean, so chong.
Nathan, you're getting confused.
Oh, yeah, confused, you see. Him say pip, pip. I mean, on top of them. I mean, chop. Aye. Oh, very sorry, Opie, and I'm losing my place. I got over mix it up.
Now, that silly play certainly taught you one thing. You're a terrible writer.
And even worse as an actor. You can say that again.
You're a terrible writer.
And even worse
All right. I'll stay in my fix-it shop.
I don't want to be an actor. I can't do impersonations. I'll forget the whole thing.
Well, I'm glad to hear you've come to your senses, Mel. And to celebrate, I'll take you both to the movies. They're showing a wonderful Peter Lorre picture.
Peter Lorre? What do you want to go and see him for? I do a much better job. Listen to this.
I went to the morgue and a corpse in back of me fell down on me, but I didn't mind. It was just a friendly slab on the back.
Oh, Mel Blanc!
This is Bud Heaston reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
And here's the Fred Allen Show, presented by the makers of Tenderleaf Tea and Shepherd Cheese. It's high time to think about your flower garden. And here's the way to get your seeds at a record-smashing bargain. Get 88 different flowers, including 12 brand-new exclusive All-America Award winners. Yes, this collection is exclusive. Can't be bought in the stores. If it could, you'd pay approximately $1.55 for so many seeds of such high quality. But they're yours for only 25 cents in coin and the top from any Tenderleaf Tea package sent to Tenderleaf Tea, Box 4, New York City. You get low border flowers, medium height, tall flowers, including award-winning marigolds, zinnia, hollyhock, blooms the first year, and giant hybrids cabiosa. Get carnations, African daisies, asters, snapdragons, amaranthus, foxglove, petunias, poppies. 88, all different. And you get a booklet full of garden tips. Send one top from any Tenderleaf Tea package in only 25 cents in coin. Address Tenderleaf Tea, Box 4, New York City. Ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand tea and send now. Offer good in USA only.
Calling Portland, calling Portland.
It isn't Dame May Winnie, kiddies.
The makers of Tenderleaf Tea and Shepherd Cheese present the Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guests Oscar Hammerstein and Richard Rogers, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarcos, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and, oh yes, Kenny Delmar.
Last Friday, ladies and gentlemen, was the first day of spring. In the spring, a young man's fancy. Tonight, we bring you a man who isn't.
Don't drag it out. Don't drag it out. Drag me out. That's it.
Here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening. We could have put 2 commercials in that announcement and had a 15-minute program. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Portland, as the farmer said to Sears and Roebuck when they delivered his Murphy bed, I'm glad you didn't forget the spring.
Oh, spring is wonderful in New York.
Yeah?
The birds, the trees, the green things.
Green things? Name me one green thing you've seen in New York City.
The St. Patrick's Day Parade.
Well, you trapped me there, thanks to your writer, didn't you? Yes, the St. Patrick's Day Parade. That was greener than a grasshopper's shin. It was some... I felt sure there was going to be some reaction after that. Came mostly from me, fortunately. Say, it was some parade.
Well, I couldn't get across Fifth Avenue for 6 hours.
Well, you should have done what I did.
Well, how did you get across Fifth Avenue?
Well, don't let this out. I joined the ancient order of Hibernians. I marched 4 blocks in the parade at an angle and stepped out on the other side of the street. It works every year. The joke is getting a little old, but...
Well, Mama can't understand it.
The parade?
Mama says, why is it every March 17th they let 50,000 Irishmen hold up traffic and parade down Fifth Avenue?
Do you know anyone who can stop 50,000 Irishmen?
50,000 other Irishmen.
How right you are. But tell me, Portland, what is new this week?
The flower show just finished.
Oh, did you go this year?
Yes. Mama won first prize with her milkweed.
A milkweed won first prize?
It was homogenized.
Oh. Did you see the Tom Brenneman orchid there?
Tom Brenneman orchid?
Yes, I think Mr. Brenneman sent his orchid in a hurry. There was an old lady still pinned to it. Just wanted to make sure there were people in here.
Mama Cymbidium received an honorable mention.
Cymbidium?
You didn't think I could pronounce it, did you?
Well, I didn't.
You're always sneaking words into the script trying to stick me.
Well, now, look, I don't know anything. I would have put a rose in there. Would have had a thorn, and the thorn could have stuck. Look, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about flowers, Portland. I wouldn't know a hollyhock if I met one coming out of a pawn shop.
I can tell a dogwood tree a mile away.
Oh, how can you tell a dogwood?
By its bark. I'm full of comedy tonight.
You sure are full of comedy. Well, I guess things are bad all over. Georgia's down to one governor again. And I'm off for Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, recently, Dr. George Gallup held a poll to check on the public's reaction to modern inventions. Now, the question Dr. Gallup asked was, is there any invention which you wish had never been invented? And that is going to be our question tonight.
Shall we go?
As the razor said to the midget, let me show you a shortcut. It's sure good to get back to Allen's Alley, Portland. Say, I guess the Senator's expecting company. I see there's an alligator barbecuing in the backyard there. Well, let's knock.
Somebody did you know what to my watches.
Yes, I know.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
Well, Senator...
What's on your mind, son? Let's have it. I got a haul pelt. I'll have to cut and run any minute. I got to take my singing lessons. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me.
Wait a minute. Singing lessons, you say?
I'm singing with Margaret Tooman on the radio.
Oh, really?
Little old Harry asked me.
Harry, huh?
Said he'd like to hear Margaret as a duet.
A duet? Well, Senator, I didn't know that you sang.
Well, son, down Tallahassee way, I'm known as a one-man choir. The Swamp Soprano.
The Swamp Soprano?
I had to stop singing at revival meetings. My top notes kept tearing holes in the tent.
Really? Moody and Sankey were complaining. Well, tell me, Senator, which invention do you wish had never been invented?
Well, son, there's three inventions the South could do without.
3 inventions?
Well, there's the mule.
Yeah.
Man who invented the mule put thousands of Southern women out of work.
I see.
Then there's money.
Money?
Money is an evil invention, son. Yeah. And I'm proud to say we in the South have very little to do with it.
What is the third invention, Senator?
The alarm clock, son. The South banished that clanging contraption in 1647.
You've had no alarm clock since 1647?
No, son. That's why the South has been asleep for the last 300 years.
Well, I guess in the South, there's good snooze tonight. Now, I wonder if... I'll just skip over them and I'll ask questions later. I wonder if Titus Moody is around.
Howdy, Bob.
Mr. Say, is that a blackboard you have there?
Yeah, I've been down in the pig pen taking inventory.
You count the hogs and mark them down on the blackboard?
Yeah, I've been a hogging and a chalking.
You have a keen wit, Mr. Moody.
You get me started, I'm a barrel of fun.
Tell me, Mr. Moody, is there any invention you wish had never been invented?
Why, I could do without the radio.
The radio, hey?
Yeah, I don't hold with furniture that talks.
No.
Talking should be left to people.
You had a distressing experience?
Yeah. Fella come through here sharpening sickles by appointment.
I see.
While he was honing my sickle, we fell to talking.
Uh-huh.
He says, Moody, he didn't know me well enough to call me Titus.
I see.
He says, Moody, put a radio in your barn. It'll perk up your fowl and cattle.
And you bought a radio?
Yeah. To my everlasting premeditated consternation.
What happened?
Why, one day all the hens' nests would be empty. Next day every nest would have 2 eggs into it.
You mean?
The hens was listening to Double or Nothing. And again, every Saturday night when that barn dance program come on, the horses and cows would be do-si-doing till all hours.
Well, no wonder you're mad at radio.
Yeah, the final blow come last night.
The final blow?
I come home. My wife's got the hit parade on. She's going out the front door.
Yeah?
She's wearing a rubber coat and galoshes and carrying an umbrella.
A rubber coat, galoshes, and an umbrella? Where was your wife going?
To see what they do in Rio on a rainy night. So long,
I can go back to bed now. Let's try this next door.
Howdy doody.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Tell me, what about this invention business?
One invention I couldn't stand, but positively it's the telephone.
The telephone what?
To me, the telephone is typifying the excruciating.
Excruciating?
This is a word?
Oh, yes. Excruciating is a word.
I thought maybe I am ad-libbing.
Oh, no. No, you're doing fine.
To me, sometimes it seems I'm talking with a dialect.
Oh, no. It's just your imagination. Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, why do you wish the telephone had never been invented?
Always at the wrong times. It is ringing.
How do you mean?
When my head is in the oven cooking.
Yes?
When I'm busy making with the vacuum cleaner.
Uh-huh.
When I'm up to my neck in the washing machine.
Yes?
Always is ringing with the telephone.
I see.
Saturday night is coming the last straw.
Well, what happened?
I am in the bathtub singing for joy.
Yes?
It's ringing as usual, the telephone.
You had to get out of the tub?
Down 2 flight stairs I'm going, dripping.
Uh-huh.
I am getting madder by the stairs.
By the stairs.
Off the hook I'm snatching the receiver.
Yes?
A voice is saying, you are Pansy Nussbaum?
Uh-huh.
I am pulling out by the roots the telephone and throwing out the window.
I see.
Suddenly from the yard the telephone is saying, this is the pot of gold. Yay!
You lost the money?
I'm going crazy. Ever since I'm talking to myself.
You talk to yourself? What do you say to yourself?
Drop dead.
Well, that brings us to Mr. Cassidy, Shaddy. Let's try Mr. Cassidy. Let's try here.
Oh, how do you do?
Well, Mr. Cassidy, how are you tonight?
Oh, terrible.
Really?
I'm a mass of frustration. I just come from Phineas Fogarty, the psychiatrist.
Did Fogarty analyze you?
Well, he said as a boy, I fell on an axe.
You fell on an axe?
I grew up with a split personality.
Ajax, you are in bad shape.
I'm not long for this world.
Well, tell me, Mr. Cassidy, which invention could you do without?
Oh, the automobile. Sure, it's destroyed the little niceties of life.
The niceties? How?
Oh, for example, take the patrol wagon. The Tippler's town car.
The patrol, eh?
Years ago, my boy, it was a pleasure to be arrested.
A pleasure?
You stood there quietly, leaning against the officer while he rang for the paddy wagon.
Uh-huh.
It was an open wagon. Your friends could see you were being conveyed to the Hooskow.
Yes?
They could immediately arrange a monster testimonial pig's knuckle dinner, climaxed by an all-day cruise up the river to see you.
And you say the automobile has ruined this?
Oh, today you're locked in a closed van. Nobody knows who's inside. You might as well be a law-abiding citizen.
I see your point.
Well, now, last Saturday night, while indulging in a bit of liquid abandon,
yes,
me friend Linty Monaghan was apprehended.
Uh-huh.
Down the street the truck come flying. The gong was clanging. It was a dark night.
Yes.
When the truck drove away, the officer let out a shriek.
It wasn't the patrol?
Linty was locked in a good humor wagon.
Well, packed in dry ice, didn't he freeze to death?
Fortunately, he had enough alcohol in him.
You mean?
Linty was stiff, but he wasn't frozen. Goodbye, dear.
Now, for Mr. Monaghan, return to the 5 sisters. Accompanied by Maestro Al Goodman and his Sandhog Symphonists, the DeMarcos sing If This Isn't Love. Girl?
A secret, I've got a little secret. If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I'm deaf as a daisy. With moons all around and cows jumping over. There's something amiss, and I'll leave my head if this isn't love. I feel just like the apple on top of William Tell. With this I cannot grapple because you're so adorable. If this isn't love, and winter is summer. Joy, if this isn't love, my heart needs a plumber. I'm swinging a star, I'm riding a rainbow. Ooh, there's something amiss, and I'll leave my head if this isn't love.
At this time, we pause for product identification.
One topic that never loses its fascination is good food and how to enjoy it. Maybe this is one of the Sundays when you've gone out for dinner, so you don't have a cold roast or a chicken to nibble on at supper time. Well, even if you have skipped your big weekend food shopping, you needn't be short on Sunday supper ideas if you always have Shepherd Chevelle, Chevelle, Chevelle cheese food on hand. It keeps well, and it's always ready to give you that Sunday night favorite, the toasted cheese sandwich. It doesn't take a minute to slice some Chevelle, put it on toast, and melt the Chevelle under the broiler. And when that sandwich comes out, all melting gold and bubbly brown, just wrap that flavor of Chevelle around your tongue. That fine, honest flavor is something that has made millions of cheese lovers turn to Chevelle, the quality cheese food. To melt, to spread, to slice. Join these Chevelle enthusiasts. Get Chevelle tomorrow in the bright red package. And always say Shepherd. Shefford. Shepherd for fine cheese.
That was just a snack of Oh But I Do, played by Maestro Al Goodman and his Weehawken Ferry Philharmonic. Say, Portland.
Yes?
You think you can carry on for the rest of the program? I have to go down to night court right away.
Night court?
Yes, you know that summons I received last week? Rogers and Hammerstein are suing me. They claim that show Piccadilly I wrote for B. Lily last Sunday was stolen from their show, Oklahoma.
Are you going on trial?
On trial. Dick Rogers and Oscar Hammerstein are my best friends, Portland. Two of the sweetest guys in the world.
But if they're suing...
Suing, it's a gag. I'll go down to night court. We'll have a good laugh. Portland, I'll see you later. I'll be back.
A dilly in the land of shilling, pence, and pounds, where a cup of bobby something smart is nobby.
Gentlemen, can't go in there. The night court's in session.
My name is Oscar Hammerstein.
I'm Richard Rogers. Oh, Mr. Hammerstein and Mr. Rogers. Well, your case is next on the docket. You can wait here in this anteroom.
Thank you.
I'll call you, gentlemen. Oscar, every time I think of that guy, Allen.
He'd steal the potato out of a baby's borscht.
Why, if a dunker's head was turned, Allen would steal a wet donut.
The nerve of that guy taking our show Oklahoma and calling it Piccadilly.
Fortunately, we caught him red-handed.
How did you happen to tune in on Allen's program?
I was trying to get Manhattan merry-go-round. I was a little early. Allen was still on.
By the way, Dick, that Manhattan merry-go-round.
I checked, Oscar. It's nothing like our carousel.
It's nerves, I guess.
I'm on edge myself. Since we trapped Allen, I suspect every song I hear on the radio.
Dick, we can't write all the songs.
With Allen around, we can't even keep the songs we've written.
Dick, are you sure we can't lose this suit?
I'm positive, Oscar. I read about a case in Downbeat.
Seems the harp player in the Philharmonic at Carnegie Hall reached out to pluck a pizzicato. His E-string was gone.
Stolen?
Yep. An old lady in the front row had cut out the harp string with the cuticle scissors. She was using the harp string for dental floss.
They caught her?
The old lady got 30 years.
30 years for just stealing a harp string. Yes, string.
Alan stole our whole show.
We've got him cold, Dick.
Oscar, how much are we suing for?
$10,000.
Let's make it a round number. 100,000.
It's all right. It's all right with me.
And a year suspended sentence. That'll frighten them.
Good. We ought to frighten them.
Oscar, let's really scare Alan.
How?
Let him serve the year.
Only a year. With good behavior, he'll be out in 8 months. In 8 months, our new show, Allegro, will be on Broadway.
Allegro? I wonder what Alan could do with Allegro.
If he's out in 8 months, we'll soon find out.
Oscar, if he gets out at all, our careers are in jeopardy.
You're right, Dick.
At least Freddie Martin waits until the composers are dead.
That's right, Dick. Why take chances? Let's make it 50 years.
Oscar, he's sneaky. He might escape. There's only one way we'll be safe. The electric chair.
The chair? Now, wait, Dick. If we give Alan the chair, how will it look? What will people say?
You're right, Oscar. What'll people say? Oscar.
Yes, Dick?
You really care what people say?
Okay, it's the chair.
Good, Oscar. Now I feel safe.
Your case is next, gentlemen. Follow me.
Look, Oscar. Here comes Alan now.
Oscar, Dick. Say, I got your summons, boys. What a laugh.
Let go of my hand, you pirate.
Get your hand off my lapel, you plagiarist.
Boys, you're not serious. What can I do?
Get your head shaved.
But Oscar, Dick.
Rise, please. His Honor, Judge Batista.
Order in the court. What's the first case?
And Oscar Hammerstein versus Fred Allen. The charge...
Wait a minute. Hey, are you guys the Rogers and Hammerstein who wrote all them hit shows?
Yes, Your Honor.
Gosh. To think you guys wrote Oklahoma, Carousel, that picture State Fair. What an honor for the 3rd Precinct Court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Is this gentleman with you, boys?
Oh, no, Your Honor. He's the defendant.
Defendant? What's that?
He's the one we're suing.
All right, what's your name, baggy face?
Fred Allen.
You look guilty to me already. Sit down.
Your Honor, I appeal.
You don't appeal to me. You sit down, Allen. Let's start the trial. Well, Mr. Hammerstein, what are the charges?
Your Honor, my partner, Mr. Rogers, and I charged the defendant, Fred Allen, with presenting on his radio program a musical sketch called Piccadilly, which was a direct steal from our show, Oklahoma.
Your Honor,
Quiet, Allen!
Your Honor.
Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty. My production of Piccadilly...
Quiet!
Your Honor.
Quiet! If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a loudmouth! Now, Mr. Rogers, are you ready to present your case?
Yes, Your Honor. First, the title song of Oklahoma.
Oh, you mean that wonderful Oklahoma where the wind comes a-racing?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Allen opened his show with Piccadilly.
Oh, that's good enough for me. It's symphonic turpitude.
Your Honor, I will admit that the melody may be similar.
Quiet, you keep quiet. Yes, Mr. Hammerstein?
Your Honor, Allen's plea is incompetent, irrelevant, and my material.
You have further proof, Mr. Hammerstein?
Yes, Your Honor. You recall our song, Sorry, with the Fringe on top?
You mean, ducks and chicks and these banister when they take you
Yes.
out in...
This, Your Honor, is how this ballad burglar sang our song. For the cold I don't give a hoot, 'cause I'm wearing my new union suit. Yes, I'm wearing my new union suit with a hinge on the back.
Stop this This is musical treason.
But, Your Honor, let me...
Alan, shut up. If I had something on under this robe, I'd take it off and come down there and knock you flat.
Well, I couldn't be any flatter than Mr. Hammerstein singing.
Order in the court. Now, Mr. Rogers, what are you boys suing for?
Well, we're asking for $500,000.
Now, wait a minute. This is a frame-up. They've got to prove damages.
We will prove damages. Your Honor, I have a witness. Mary Snerd.
Mary Snerd to the bar.
Okay, come and judge.
Mary, what is your job?
I'm head usher in the balcony at the St. James Theater where Oklahoma's playing. Matinees, Thursdays, and Saturdays.
Mary, how's business been at the St. James Theater?
We've been jammed. It's been like the subway, only with a better class of people.
After Mr. Allen did Piccadilly on his radio program, what happened?
The next night, we were stuck with 80 gallons of orangeade.
In other words, business at Oklahoma fell off.
We caught a guy in the balcony cleaning chickens.
Miss Snerd, how much do you think Mr. Allen's plagiarism has cost us?
Just like you told me to say back at the office, Mr. Hammerstein. So, $500,000.
I object! And you open your kazoo once more, I'm jabbing this gavel down it head first.
But, Your Honor...
I stood all I can stand. Allen to the bar.
Yes, Your Honor.
Allen, there's crimes worse than homicide, mopery, and arson. A guy who would steal the music of Oklahoma.
But, Your Honor, I'm no criminal. I'm a law-abiding citizen, Your Honor. As a boy in Boston, I was known as Honest Fred.
Honest Fred? You're from Boston?
Yes, Judge McKeester.
Are you the little honest Fred Allen who used to live back of Salt and Soul Saddle Shop?
Yes, Judge McKeester.
Honest Fred, don't you recognize me?
No, Judge.
Wait, I'll take off me toupee. There. You know me now?
Pinhead McKeester.
Hiya, Freddie, old boy.
Gosh, Pinhead, you a judge?
Yeah, what a laugh, huh?
Pinhead McKeester.
Your Honor...
Quiet, you! Hammerhead, or whatever your name is.
Oscar, what did we crawl into this time?
What's happening to us should happen to Irving Berlin.
Oscar, I told you when you suggested suing Allen.
I suggested? It was your idea. I was against it.
But you...
Quiet, you two bums! Say, Freddie, what was that song you wrote?
Oh, you mean Piccadilly.
Oh, that's terrific.
But, Your Honor, that's our song.
Yes.
Oh,
Oklahoma.
Hammerstein and Rogers, I ain't never seen a more fragrant piece of stealing. Your song, Oklahoma, is a direct steal from Honest Fred's song, Piccadilly. I find you two chiselers guilty.
Wait a minute, Pinhead. I'm not vindictive, Pinhead. Live and let live.
Gosh, Fred, you're a prince.
Oh, forget it, Dick.
Thanks, Fred. The way the trial is going, Dick and I might have got 20 years.
You say the word, Honest Fred, I can send these two monkeys up for life.
No, Pinhead. The world needs Rogers and Hammerstein and their songs. And I need their songs, too.
What do you want the court to do, Freddie? It's up to you.
Well, I've used their Oklahoma score. I wonder how Carousel would sound on my program.
Why don't you try it some night, Freddie?
Well, I haven't seen Carousel yet, Pinhead.
I can fix that. Rogers and Hammerstein?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court sentences you to give the defendant one ticket for your show Carousel, now playing at the Majestic Theater.
Yes, Your Honor.
Say, Pinhead.
Yeah, Freddie?
Now, look, if I'm going to steal the whole show, I'll have to have somebody with me, to help write down the music and the lyrics.
Say, that's right. Rogers and Hammerstein?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court further sentences you to go with Fred Allen and help him write down whatever he wants to steal from your show, Carousel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court's adjourned.
Before we remind you to remember to leave tea and separate teas in your shopping days, I want to thank Richard Rogers and Oscar Hammerstein for their visit tonight and for their many kindnesses in the past. Next week, our guest will be those pets of the 400, Max Bear and Maxie Rosenblum. Thank you and good night. Thank you. Good night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.